Good evening, everyone. We're going to call the Deltona City Commission meeting for Monday, November 7th, 2022 to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Bradford.
Here.
Commissioner King. Here. Commissioner McCool.
Here.
Commissioner Ramos.
Present.
Commissioner Sosa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Present.
And Mayor Hersberg.
Here. Okay, this evening I'm going to be doing the invocation. Then it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner King. And this evening we will have our national anthem sung by Urelis Merced from Pine Ridge High School. She's in 9th grade there. So if everyone would please rise for the invocation. This evening, as we gather here for our monthly commission meeting, the last commission meeting with the current people on the dais, we have a storm coming our way, and we would like to keep all of the residents of Deltona, Volusia County, and the state of Florida, our first responders, our Sheriff's Department, Deltona Fire, EMTs, and all of those people that always put their lives on the line and go out in harm's way to keep the rest of us safe and to help us when we have these events come up. Please keep them in your thoughts and in your prayers. Please also keep your neighbors and the fellow residents that are around you in your thoughts and your prayers as we face another challenge in Tropical Storm Nicole, which will hopefully not have the impacts that Ian did. But still, we pray that the residents of Deltona and Volusia County stay safe and that we help one another in times of need. We do that normally and as is, but this time, reach out to your friends, your neighbors, reach out to the elderly, the infirm, those people that are alone, those people that can't do for themselves, and lend a helping hand, because it truly does take a village for all of us, and that's what we're all about. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can't you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed, and the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that her flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Thank you so much, and thank you, Nick, for always bringing amazing singers for our national anthem. Thank you. Okay, item 4A is approval of the minutes and the agenda of the special commission meetings of September 26, 2022, and the regular commission meeting of October 17, 2022.
So moved.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Item 5, presentations, awards, and reports, the more fun part of our evening. So this evening we are going to begin with a proclamation proclaiming November 2022 as Native American Heritage Month. Commissioner McCool.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I am going to ask one of our residents to come up to accept this proclamation. That resident is Albert Bryant. He is a lifelong advocate for Native Americans, kind of lives the way, and so I wanted to ask you to accept this. Whereas the contributions of American Indians have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of our state and nation, and whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as a part of rich legacy throughout the United States, whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we also honor our Native American veterans and service members who have courageously served and continue to serve in our armed forces, including the brave nation American Code Talkers in World War I and World War II. And whereas Native American roots are deeply embedded in this land, and we remain committed to preserving and protecting American Indian culture, languages, and history, while ensuring prosperity and opportunity for all American Indians. And whereas it is essential that all Deltona citizens learn about the contributions and history of American Indians, and whereas Native American Heritage Month has been a reoccurring monthly event in November since 1990, when former President George H.W. Bush signed a resolution declaring November as Native American Indian Heritage Month. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Commissioners of the City of Deltona, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Native American Heritage Month, executed the 7th day of November 2022. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, next on our agenda is an update on Hurricane Ian debris removal efforts. Mr. Paradise. I believe, Commissioners, you have a map that was given to you.
Yeah.
And it's also on the screen.
Madam Mayor, members of the Commission, Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. Tonight I'm going to give an update on the Hurricane Ian debris removal effort. As shown on the screen is a map depicting the debris cleanup as of Sunday afternoon. Pretty much real time. This information changes on a daily basis. From the map, you can see that debris removal has progressed from the west to the east, with the western side of the city being about 98 to 100% cleaned up. The west to east approach represents what is considered to be the most efficient way to collect the debris in light of the fact that the debris deposit site is located in the extreme southeastern section of the city, which is right here at the Osteen area near the intersection of Doyle and State Road 415. The crosshatch zones you see depicted on the map are areas the haulers are concentrating on today. In addition, the haulers will be, as much as possible, working on major roads within the city to include Fort Smith, Newmark, India, and Normandy. We do, anticipate that there will be some inconvenience for the traveling public as those cleanup efforts go on. We ask for patience to keep everybody safe and keep the process moving along as efficiently as it can. As of today, we're we're about over 75% done with debris removal. There's been over 65,000 cubic yards of vegetative debris removed, and there's been over 1,300 cubic yards of C&D material removed. And most of that C&D removal was on the east side of the city that was associated with a lot of the flooding impacts as a result of Ian. As of today, the fleet of trucks will have grown to 29 vehicles. Some of those trucks are tandem truck trailer units that represent high volume type of transport opportunities. County roads, Halland, Saxon, Doyle, Lake Helen Osteen. I know the county's done some work on Lake Helen Osteen. They have not done a lot of effort on Halland, Saxon, or Doyle. They, when asked about this, they said we're working on it and asked for everybody's patience. With regard to the cleanup efforts, the goal was to have the first cycle of debris removed completed by Friday, November 11th. Then the goal was to have a second pass the following week and basically wrap this project up with a bow on it by the week of Thanksgiving. However, as you all know, we may have another unwanted visitor in the form of Nicole. This could delay the efforts to clean up, create more debris. The crews cannot work in windy conditions that are defined as over 25 knots, about 30 miles an hour. And we can also expect that if it doesn't become that windy, the rain will probably slow them down, though they are trying to bring more trucks in to make this project run as more efficiently as it possibly can. Just as a public service announcement, please do not commingle construction and demolition debris with vegetation. Also, haulers will not take green vegetation. It's not considered storm debris. All bets may be off, depending on if Nicole comes and what it looks like when it gets here. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Ron. Commissioner Bradford?
Ron, for the record, can you please clarify, we are getting emails from residents that are specifically calling Waste Pro Direct regarding, most of it I'm going to say is the C&D debris and, you know, why is the Waste Pro truck going by? And then they call Waste Pro and Waste Pro's like, oh, I'm not picking it up. So can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, Waste Pro by contract at this point in time is picking up all the household trash still, and they're only picking up the bundled vegetation or yard debris that is in garbage cans or bundled appropriately on those particular days. And there has, I believe there has been some confusion between what is storm debris that our haulers are picking up and what is bundled trash that Waste Pro is supposed to pick up. I've been involved, and I know the staff especially has been involved in a lot of calls trying to rectify that situation. We've had Waste Pro go back out to neighborhoods and revisit them. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think it's going to still be a challenge that we will be confronted with until we get done with this cleanup.
Well, what about the C&D, the construction? One of the biggest things is fence, the posts that were knocked down and that. And
Yep.
when they call Waste Pro, Waste Pro's, no, we're not picking that up. We refuse to pick it up. Isn't the C&D picking that up?
Yes, our haulers, Cirrus, will pick that up.
Okay, so is there a way we can get this information to Waste Pro so they can, instead of telling residents, no, we're not picking it up and leaving it at that, and residents are like, they're emailing us, you know, listen, can you please direct them to City Hall and we will tell them that how it's going to be picked up? 'Cause it's just agitating residents at this point.
I would be more than happy to reinforce that.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner McCool?
Ron, do they have the capability of getting more manpower? Do they is what we have here?
No, they have steadily increased vehicles and manpower since they got started. And we have been talking to them, and every time we talk to them, it's like, we want more trucks, we want this done faster, and we're going to continue to deliver that message.
Okay, and we have, listen, I just want to make sure, and I understand that it's inconvenient, and there are a lot of safety concerns with the impending storm coming up. Have we identified any areas that we need to especially be looking out for as far as it's not been picked up yet? Have we had any resident concerns about that? Because, I mean, I know some people still have debris, right? But
Yep.
Have we addressed that?
Yeah, we have fielded numerous phone calls from residents and interested parties, and we've conveyed those pretty consistently onto the hauler, and they've been pretty good about responding to them. Eventually, we had somebody that had some compelling health issues, and we were able to advance their address based on those very personal situations.
Okay, all right, and I don't know if it will be addressed by stormwater or by city manager or by you, but I want to understand what we have done preemptively to prepare for this upcoming storm as far as where we're at right now.
I can say one thing with regard to this debris removal. We've just had a conversation with the hauler that we would like for them to go out and go to those roads in those areas and neighborhoods we knew were flooded as a result of Ian and could be, saturated again. Go out and get it while the getting's good, while you have access and can move out there and do what you need to do.
I'm sorry, Ron, may I ask the city manager if that's going to be addressed, what we're, sir, doing to prepare for this? I know that the notice went out today for sandbags, right? Sandbags is reopened, sir. And what else could you tell us as far as stormwater, or if we're even able to mitigate some of the areas that are previously we had a big concern about?
Yes, we are currently staging the equipment, pumps, and pipes in areas that were previously flooded that would be perhaps impacted again, so that we can respond quickly to those areas. And then we are also, just for your information, we're also planning with the St. John's Water Management District to identify areas for other outfalls or other areas that could be used for conservation, as well as temporary storage of excess rain that comes into our system. And we've looked at some specific areas, but we do not have any agreements at this time, but we do have an intent to follow through. We may not be able to solve the issues we have today, but at least we'll begin the process to solve it for the future, and hopefully have some answers that make that happen.
Yeah, well, okay, get your kayaks ready, you know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor? No? Okay, I think that's it from the commission. So do we have any other updates from Public Works or Stormwater? Pretty much.
Yeah, we're not at this point.
Okay, so we're staging the pumps, we're doing all the prep, the lake levels are still going down?
Yeah, we're down about a foot right now, and we anticipate it's going to continue for the next day or so, but depends on what happens with this storm that's coming on. And if we're fortunate and it doesn't drop as much rain as it's been predicted, we'll be in decent shape. But if it leaves 8 inches of rain in our area or 6 inches of rain, then certainly we'll have to deal with that.
Because the questions have been asked just by some residents that are on lakefront, are we continuing to lower the lakes? Are we going to start lowering them? But we're still doing the pumping and everything. That has not stopped, just to be clear. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ron. Okay. Okay, we will then go, you're good, right, Ron?
I am. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm just
You might as well
anticipating the
just
next
stay up.
item.
That's right, the next item's yours, so you might as well just stay right there. Okay, we'll move on to ordinances and public hearings. Public hearing ordinance number 22-2022, amendment to the city's future land use map by changing the future land use designation on a plus or minus 34.8 acre area from commercial C to medium density residential MDR at first reading. This is a quasi judicial hearing, correct, sir?
No, this is
Not?
This is not. This is a
Okay.
future land use and map amendment. This is a
Then we don't have to
legislative
worry.
decision.
Awesome.
We'll get a chance to, dust off our quasi judicial stuff next. Yes, please. Yeah, I think that's it. No, that's not it. I'm not sure if the applicant. Dwayne, do you have a presentation? Okay.
6B.
That's it, yeah. That's it.
That's this one, yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Are we ready, Madam Mayor? Okay. Ordinance number 22-2022 is a request to change the future land use on a 3.48 acre area from a commercial land use designation to medium density residential. Again, this is not quasi judicial. This is a legislative decision by the City Commission. The commercial land use designation facilitates, as the title implies, commercial type uses, office, retail, services, et cetera. The medium density residential category is a residential oriented classification that has a density range of 6.1 to 12 dwelling units per acre. The goal of the requested medium-density residential designation is to build a 277 residential project, which will be a build-to-rent type of format, and I'll let the applicants explain a little bit more about what that means. But the build-to-rent implies that the properties will not be homesteaded and instead taxed at a full residential rate. When staff first reviewed this request, staff had concerns about a conversion of commercial designated land to a residential use. Upon reevaluation, including input from the Planning and Zoning Board, staff suggests that the proposed MDR will result in a project that will diversify housing options for the city and also improve the city's tax base, since there won't be any, tax exemptions like the homestead and so forth. With that being said, staff will work to ensure the project, which will be processed as a planned unit development rezoning, will be highly amenitized, heavily landscaped, and be associated with robust architectural requirements. With that in mind, with that being said, I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this project.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ron? Let's see, Commissioner Bradford.
Actually, I think most of my questions are going to be for the developers, so I will wait until we have the presentation.
Okay. All right, no other questions?
All right, what do I push? This one? Nope. There we go. Got it. Stop.
Thank you.
First of all, good evening. My name is Glenn Storch, and I represent the applicant in this case. And this is one of those situations where you actually have the opportunity to do good planning that creates economic development and creates it quickly. Typically, planning is a long-term process. You do 10-year plans, 20-year plans, et cetera. This is a plan that will result in an actual project that will result in economic development for the city. So let's start with a couple things. Built to rent. What that is basically where you have, in this case, it's a mixed-use project. It is a built-to-rent community which means that it's like a multifamily, like a apartment building, but the apartments are individual cottages and townhouses in a community. So rather than building up, you're building out, and you have more of a community where people enjoy living together and enjoy seeing each other. But it's all managed by the same rental company. At the same time, we're also putting a provision for a restaurant site on this location, which I think is badly needed. And it'll be an Outback type or Applebee's, something along this, a sit-down restaurant. But this was a difficult site to work with. And I think it's one of the reasons why this has been designated as commercial for so long, literally 20 years, without any reaction from anyone, any ability to sell it, any ability to build on it. And this will result in, I believe, a $75 million shot in the arm to the city. So let's start with the process. It's a 34.8-acre site that's been designated commercial for years, as I say. And what we're doing is the single-family luxury rental cottages and townhouses and restaurant site. This shows a basic outline of that. As you can see, it's buffered. It has a number of access points. Access is a major issue in this area because the county will not allow a full access off of Howland. So that's one of the reasons why it's a problem with commercial, because without a full access to Howland, as your staff indicates, you can't do commercial. So when I say luxury, it's because of the fact that this is luxury. This community will have a clubhouse, a fitness center, pool, barbecue area, fire pit, business area, playground for the kids, an EV car charging station, dog park, walking trails, a gated entrance. It'll all be private interior to the area, as well as guest parking. It'll be self-contained, and it will be something, like I say, that is taxed as commercial. This is a picture of the clubhouse. It shows the quality we're talking about, the investment that they're putting in, which is, again, about $75 million. This shows the amenities and the high-end finishes that we're putting in the clubhouse. We have all this planned out at this point, ready to go. This shows a couple of things besides a dog. It shows a dog park. It shows walking trails. It shows fitness centers. It's interesting to say fitness center and yoga. I don't do yoga, but some people do. So, obviously a pool, a resort-style pool, it would be important as part of this. Because again, what you're seeing is a different lifestyle for people who enjoy this. You're seeing the millennials like to have a rental community style. You're seeing people who are only going to be in the area for a few years, such as people who are coming in as managers or for Amazon or whatever, that they can only stay a few years. They don't want to buy a house. They need a place. Nurses who come in to the hospital, they're looking for a place because they don't want to buy at this point. Oftentimes they're traveling nurses and they stay there at different places. All those folks need some place like this. And Deltona does not have a great deal of this product. In fact, it has none of this product, but it has little rental community product, especially luxury rental communities. So that's the sort of reason why this is so important to find a location for this. It has places for interaction and a sense of community. This is one of the things I was talking about. You know, in apartment complexes, it's vertical, and you go up your elevator, and you go to your floor, and you go to your room, and you go in. But there's little chance for community interaction, whereas this design actually encourages community interaction. It's all single-story except for the townhouses. It's all people who can walk and enjoy each other's company, the walking trails, all the various amenities. It encourages people to become part of the community. And also encourage, I should point out, walking in the area, because it's also designed in such a way where it's near commercial, so it allows for more pedestrian activities, less automobile, which I think is important. EV car charging at the clubhouse. That's going to be provided. Again, it's a gated community. We'll have the major access based on the city's staff's opinion and on the county's opinion off of Martin Luther King. If you recall, when you go into Martin Luther King, there's a roundabout, and then there's one stub out that goes sort of toward the storage center. It stops. It's a dead end. Well, that's what this was supposed to supply. So that will be your major access, and that major access will then come through this area and go to a signalized intersection at Martin Luther King. So it avoids traffic issues as well. Also, I should point out that, one of the main problems and one of these reasons people like to live in communities like this, they can have friends over, they can have family over, but oftentimes in some of these communities, there's not enough parking. Not only do we provide all the parking required, but we're also providing 120 additional guest parking so that people are not looking for a parking place. Because again, you're looking for people who want to pay to be here. And if they're not happy with how this is done, if happy with how it's maintained, they leave. So you make them happy, and you supply plenty of parking and all the activities we talked about. In addition to the 20 to 25-foot landscape buffers we've designed around the project, I've had the chance to talk to some of the neighbors. There's a neighborhood along Berry that was important, and I've talked to them. They came to the planning board. I've really enjoyed talking with them. My plan was to actually meet with them during this last week or so and have a chance to actually sit down with them. That plan was sort of scuttled by the hurricane because we were flooded, my wife and I, and we have been working day and night to try and put our house back together, and it's not been easy. And I am tired. But I did my best. I just want to apologize to the neighbors because I do plan to do that. I did send out letters to them, besides talking to them personally, and ask them what they're looking for to make it better for them, to deal with privacy issues and security issues. And so one of the things we've been getting is that they'd like to have a masonry wall between this community and their homes. And my client has agreed to that, and we will put that as a stipulation in the development agreement, so it'll be part of the contract that will be required to have that masonry wall. And that just shows a picture of what it will look like. And we're going to continue to work with them. I haven't given up. I'm going to sit down with them and continue to find out how we can make sure that all the other issues are dealt with. I know that some folks were concerned about lighting. We're going to make sure that our lights are designed so that they stay on site. Again, we're going to keep working together. Again, these are individual cottages and townhomes rather than typical multi-story families. The market rents are about $1,400 to $2,300 per month, depending on size. This is not, it's a decent amount, to be honest with you, for what is being charged. But they're getting an awful lot for this. At the same time, it does provide an entry level for some folks, because rather than having to buy a home and pay down 20% down payment, millennials, for instance, can in fact do this. Retirees can sell their home and then go to a cottage, not have anything to worry about, not have it to worry about maintenance or taking care of the lawn or anything else, lock their door and take off and go for a trip. This is why it's so attractive to those two groups, and that's what we're seeing right now. Okay, so these are some of the examples of some of the cottage designs. Again, they're typically smaller than single-family homes because they're about the size of apartments, but they look like they're part of a community as part of cottages. This is an example of some of the townhouse designs. Again, each one of the townhouses, they're not separate. They're all owned by the single owner who maintains the property. And so they're all rentals. This just shows some of the examples of what these things will look like. This is why, again, this is upscale. Modern upscale kitchens, spacious, well-designed interiors. You're seeing this in a lot of the luxury apartments now. This is how they're designed. And it's this. When I showed this to my wife one time, she says, that wouldn't be bad to get rid of all this land that we're mowing and moving. But that's a different issue. The interesting thing about these things, though, as opposed to apartments, is they actually have individual private yards. So they do have a little yard area as well that you're allowed to have barbecues and friends over, and that's another advantage to having this as opposed to apartments. So one of the things that we had a question on last time at the planning board, someone was concerned that, when you build this community, that what happens if it deteriorates? What does it become? And one of the things I've tried to explain, and I did explain at that time, is when you put a $75 million investment into a project, you don't allow it to deteriorate. You maintain it because that increases your income for years to come. And so they asked, well, how do you maintain it? And what you do is you hire a property manager. And so in our case, we're using Asset Living. And Asset Living is a major property manager from across the country, and they do long-lasting property management all over. But we just thought we'd show some of them. So here's Emerson at Celebration. Again, the idea is to maintain high occupancy rates, yet at the same time continue to maintain as you're going through. So this one is over 10 years old. Palmetto Place in Miami, that's 14 years old and obviously maintained very well. City View at U Square, that was 19 years. Wow. Okay, and that looks great. So the idea, again, is you continue to put money into it to manage it properly and maintain it and maintain your values. In our case, as we indicated, we put in the PUD, which is the contract that's between the city and the landowner, that the owner or a single entity designated by the owner shall be responsible for all operation, maintenance, and repair of the property. We have one person in charge of everything. And that's why it's like a commercial property in many ways. It includes the internal private roads, common open space, amenities, signs, landscaping, parking, street lighting, everything inside of it will be maintained by the entity. So I wanted to get into the fact that this is sort of a different product that Deltona has never seen, but I will tell you that in the other places where this has been done, it's extremely popular. I mean, typically they rent out within a month or so because they're so popular, because people like the idea of being able to have individual cottages as opposed to having, people right next to them in their walls. So we're seeing, like I say, the millennials and retirees especially. Rental households grew almost 30% in the last 10 years. There's no maintenance, no repairs. Active adults are downsizing from larger homes. The low height will be more compatible with residential areas than high multifamily. This is one of the things we liked about this, because although we do have a single-family residential neighborhood next to us, I think there's at least 4 or 5 homes next to this project that are large single-family homes. They don't have anyone looking down on them. One of the things I've always found is that people do not like to have even townhouses where they could see down into their yard next to them. And so what we did in this case is we designed it so all of these cottages, the single-family, single-story cottages, are next to those areas. So there's no 2 stories. In commercial, for instance, you're always going to have 2 or 3 stories. So the fact that if this was done for a hotel, you'd have 2 or 3 stories looking down. So again, the idea is to always try to incorporate, mitigate, work together with the existing neighborhoods and populations. This is sort of the economic development part of this as well. Jobs increased by about 7.9% in the city, and this change outpaced the national growth rate by 1.8%. The Catalina offers living options for residents in close proximity to employment centers. You've got people, like I say, who are looking for things like this, who are coming to the city, who are going to be employed by your employment base, who need a place to go. In New Smyrna, when we had the hospital, we had a major issue keeping nurses or having nurses come from different areas because there was no place for them to live. We were able to build, not this client, but another client was able to build a luxury apartment complex that worked out beautifully. And again, it was packed within a year, within a month. And all of a sudden now, we have no nursing shortage, just to let you know as anecdotal evidence. It's just one of those things. You have to have something like this in order to find ways to maintain your job base. It's also, it does show a range of housing options, and it's important for the city's economic development. Major employers like Amazon and Portland Industrial and Deltona Village and Halifax Health, they're all going to be looking for people like this, something like this for their employees. All right, so again, this also allows you, rather than doing as a commercial or a shopping center or something that basically uses every square inch, it allows you to actually work together with things. So in our case, this thing is designed already for 5.5 acres of tree preservation. Your code requirement is 3.6 acres. So we're increasing our tree preservation, partially because, not because it's altruistic, because it makes for a better product. Because people like to be in areas with lots of trees, and people like living in areas with lots of trees, and the perimeter will be lots of trees. So that's part of the idea here. We also have, just to let you know, that they have had a review of this project. None of this protected species were observed, and just in case, we do have a mitigation plan that will provide for all this. I think that's important to note as well. Now, let's talk about the comprehensive plan. As you know, there are various levels of planning. All right, so there's the comprehensive plan, which is at the top. It's sort of a constitution. This is the sort of thing we're looking for in the long term. Then there's the zoning, and zoning gets much more specific. And in our case, zoning will be a PUD. So it's going to be very specific as to exactly what we're going to put on here and what we're going to agree to and what we have to put on here as part of this project. Everything I've told you about tonight is going to be included in that zoning, in that PUD. It will all be included as a contract. The site has been designated commercial since the city was incorporated, all right, over 2 decades. So, and you can see how well it's done. No one, I'm sorry, that's the owner. So no one has been able to build anything on this site for a variety of reasons. And if you look at the city staff report, and I'll go into that in a little while, the city staff report will tell you why this is a bad site for commercial. Because of the accesses, because of the changes in demographics, because of all these things. But the important thing is the owner has attempted to sell this project as commercial for over 2 decades without success. And the owner is probably one of the most successful real estate persons in the entire Central Florida area. So I want to introduce Daryl Carter to you so he can testify as to the reasons why this probably should not be commercial. Go ahead, Daryl.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Daryl Carter. I'm with Maury Carter and Associates. My address is 3333, excuse me, I have a frog in my throat, 3333 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806. Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Storch. My dad started buying land in Central Florida about 59 years ago, and I got into the business, followed in his footsteps, and got into the business when I graduated from University of Florida 37 years ago this December. We have owned this property. I looked it up before I came up to your hearing this evening. We bought it in November of 2000, so it would be 22 years this month. I've had the property actively on the market all of that time and have not had any success in generating any commercial interest in the property and ultimately a sale. By way of background, we are in the commercial development business. We built Publix anchored shopping centers and 7-Elevens and Wawas, and we're in the commercial investment business as well as land. We've actively had the property on the market for all of these years. We have very active presence on our website, e-blast, phone calls, good old-fashioned shoe leather, phone calls to prospective developers, commercial developers. Our internet marketing presence gets populated to something like 100 million people around in 80 countries around the globe. So we've been actively hard at it trying to generate some commercial activity on the property, and thus far have not been able to do so. I would like to commend the city for your vision in creating a very active commercial node there at Howland and I-4, where you have Amazon, your new hospital, Go Gators, University of Florida, the movie theater. You've got a beautiful, pad-ready group of properties out there for commercial utilization, and that's pretty tough to compete with these days. So I appreciate you hearing me this evening, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So on top of that, he's been doing it for 20 years trying to sell this. On top of that, I will tell you, because I do this work myself, the need for commercial property has been lowered significantly since the pandemic, because you now have a change in buying habits. So many people now buy Amazon or buy online. Getting new bricks and mortar buildings up, new commercial bricks and mortar building up, not easy. And so you have to find other ways to attract people and to actually get your tax revenues in. So anyway, so our request then is to amend the comprehensive plan designation to medium density residential to allow this commercial rental community and the restaurant site. Now the restaurant site we're leaving out of this because it's already commercial, but it's part of the same project. The restaurant site will have the same stormwater. We're building stormwater for it, so it'll be a pad-ready site, ready to go, and it's designed to be part of this project. And in fact, it will have connections to the project, like bike trails, sidewalks, et cetera, into the project. Again, one of the reasons the comprehensive plan designation or the commercial designation is not appropriate for the site is because the primary access point is off of Howland. You can't get it with access with full movements on Howland. The county has made it clear they will not permit it. This is a county road. We've worked hard with the county for a while now, and the best we could do is get a right turn in and right turn out. Your commercial designation traffic is immense. You're looking at about 18,725 trips for a maximum commercial on this site. It's going to be less depending on whatever it's put in there, but that's the maximum. Your visibility is limited, and it cannot be viewed from any signalized interchange. Plus, of course, is the change in shopping preference. All of these things, I should point out, is in your staff report. This is testimony and evidence that's put into from your staff report as to why this is not a good commercial site. So this is, I'm just going to this is what it says. Per staff, there needs to be a primary access point off Howland with full movements. Not happening. Can't happen. And part of it's because of also the fact this is on a curve. And so that curve also makes for a bad access point and a bad view shed. And that's what your staff report said. The curvature road and local topography of the Howland Boulevard corridor in front of the amendment area is not conducive to safe ingress and egress with regard to high traffic volumes. The county obviously agrees. There's no market window. That refers to the ability of the consumer to find and view a commercial establishment. You can't see it. When you're stopping at the light where this is, Martin Luther King, you can't see whatever commercial might be there. Therefore, you need something that will actually know where they're going, other than the restaurant. Times have changed. This is my biggest issue right now. I think you need to reassess commercial for something else. There's going to be need for industrial. There's going to be need for different types of multifamily commercial, but actual bricks and mortar commercial are hard. Restaurant sites are still good occasionally. I mean, you can get restaurants because people will go to restaurants, so you can't. It's harder to get them on the line, but that's going to change too, probably. One of the reasons for the problems with the site is access. And so what we've done, based on, I should point out, city staff's recommendation and request, is that we've been able to acquire an access easement at about $100,000 from the adjoining property owner, the self-storage area. And that will connect your stub out to this site. No one else was able to do that. One of the reasons I think the property owner agreed to this, and I had to go through his bank and everything else, but one of the reasons he agreed to this is because it's a perfect fit. He's a self-storage area next to a rental community, which are always looking for places to store stuff. So it worked out very well for him as well, so it was a nice symbiotic relationship. And so we were able to get that access easement in place for this site alone. The 3 access points will allow you to disperse traffic, reduce pressure on the road network, and relieve traffic congestion. The major access is off Martin Luther King. The others are minor access points. We talked about this. We've worked with the county and the city for months working on this traffic study. Not easy. And we've got the traffic impact analysis approved, and we have now a location that everyone's agreed to as far as how this can work. Again, this significantly reduces potential traffic. You had a potential of 18,725 trips per day on the commercial, on a max. Catalina Point will generate about 2,844 trips per day. That's not terrible, especially with the signalized intersection that we're going to be using. In addition, we've worked hard to encourage pedestrian and bicycle connections with the restaurant, with the center at Deltona, with the nearby commercial. So that also has a chance of reducing traffic. So, per staff, commercial uses require full movements on Howland. However, the reduced traffic that we've come up with for Catalina Point can use the Martin Luther King traffic signal and does not need full movement access on Howland to be successful. This is an opportunity for the city of Deltona. The commercial use designation is inappropriate for this site for all the reasons I just told you about. And if you know it's inappropriate for this site, if it's a bad designation, then you have to look at what's appropriate. And in this particular case, working with staff and the staff recommendation, we believe that the medium density with this mixed-use concept that we've come up with, which will be basically a commercial project, is appropriate for the site. And so by doing that in combination with the commercial areas, we provide a project that is consistent with the Deltona Comprehensive Plan. And I think the staff has now agreed to that. And you probably heard that the planning board also agreed to that. We'll talk about that in a second. It's also a choice between an inappropriate commercial designation and a proposed mixed-use project. And one of the things we've talked to the neighbors about is that don't forget, if this ever is designated as commercial, and I don't know, used as commercial, and I don't know how it could be, but you're looking at all retail uses, you're looking at hotels or motels that could be there, you're looking at nightclubs, liquor stores. These are things that aren't really consistent with that neighborhood, and this could be, because we can design it to be consistent with the neighborhood. And that's what we've worked hard to do. Again, this is a $75 million investment in the city. Our current estimate is that will generate about $900,000 a year in taxes and tax revenue. That is significant compared to what you've been doing right now, which is basically static for 20 years and a vacant piece of property. And if we don't find something that is appropriate for this property, that's what you're going to have in the next decade. Because chances are it's hard to find something, as Daryl's indicated, to put in here that would even generate any taxes. I know somebody's made a proposal, why don't you just buy it, turn it into a park? Well, it's in your area that should be done something with, but I don't think you have the money to buy it and turn it into a park, not to mention losing the tax revenue. You have to think about what this does. If you don't have commercial tax revenue like this, then what you do is you increase the taxes for the residential, and that's what you want to avoid. You're trying to increase the amount of projects like this, commercial, that will in fact allow you to then lower taxes for the residential. So on top of that, there's about $2.85 million in impact fees that we're paying just for the project itself. This is my conclusion. So my belief is that this comprehensive plan designation of commercial is inappropriate for this site. There's just no bones about it. This proposed amendment, which is only to allow this project, and this project will come back to you and you'll be able to massage it and work together on it. This is the project that in fact will be a huge benefit to the city and is consistent with the comp plan. You have a staff recommendation of approval and you have a planning board recommendation of approval, and I've done everything I can. So if you have any questions, we have our entire team here to answer those questions.
The board is lit up. Vice Mayor, Commissioner McCool, and Commissioner Bradford. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask you one more time, how many access points are you planning to have on this?
I think there was 4. There's actually 3 main access points to the Catalina Point, to the rental center, but there's also an access point to the restaurant that already exists through the storage
Catalina?
center. No, through storage center. The storage center has an agreement where you have an access on Howland from the storage center.
It's coming out of MLK.
And no, it's right on Helen, I think, from the storage center. But they have an agreement where they would provide an easement on that section that would allow for access to the restaurant. So you have 3 accesses to the, you have 1 access on Catalina, 1 access on Howland, and then 1 access on Martin Luther King for the rental community.
So the access from MLK is from the storage area?
Yes. No.
That's
no, no. That's the
piece that goes to nowhere?
The access, right. The access on MLK is that stub out that goes to nowhere. The storage facility has an actual access driveway on Howland, and that driveway is supposed to be a joint access between them and the restaurant.
Okay. Now, this restaurant, is it open to the public, or is it just going to be for the residents?
No. It'll be open to the public. This will be like an Outback or an Applebee's or something, a sit-down restaurant. The only reason I say it's part of this mixed-use community is because this community will also be providing the stormwater for that restaurant. So we'll have our stormwater system so that we take care of everything there. There'll also be bike trails and sidewalks from the community to the restaurant, but the restaurant's a standalone.
And I know that you mentioned it, but just to reconfirm again, the inside of this community is going to be self-managed.
Absolutely. The entire thing is
You're
self-managed.
going to have management inside to do rentals and everything?
Right. The whole thing will be fenced or walled. It'll all be private streets and everything else inside. It'll all be managed as a single entity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I need to ask Ron a question first, if that's okay. Ron, we never did come back with a second reading for the legal pass-through, did we? The legal fee pass-through? That's still not come up yet. Am I correct? Am I passed out somewhere? But we've never done that yet, have we?
No, you are correct. Very lucid. Yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm just speaking out loud here. That needs to happen because we have several projects, high-value projects coming. This is what Mr. Storch, he said $75 million, okay? And so we need that pass-through happening. I'm not directing, I'm just saying, I'm bringing it back up that we need that because this is a pretty substantial project, and I just want to make sure that that those legal fee, the pass-throughs we're talking about here, because this is some hours going on here.
Included in the PUD?
No. She's talking about a separate stand.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay, all right. We needed to discuss that. And the second thing is more of a comment, is that hereby again, in reading the concurrency for school, for the Board of Education concurrency, I just want it stated for the record again that we are over at capacity with the schooling here. They are not factoring into, the Board of Education does not do this, neither does the state, which it needs to change. So therefore, again, I'm putting it on record, is that we have teacher shortages going on right now, which is not factored into the school concurrency here. The school board never takes that into hand. They say that we have capacity here because we have the ability to put a building in, but we're missing teachers. So we're already at 103, 119% capacity, 93% capacity. At these schools, we have teacher shortages. I've just looked it up. So I wish that we would stop using this false narrative here as far as what we're using for concurrency, because we don't have it. So I know what the school board says. I know that's good enough for legal, but the school board is falling down, and so is the state, not factoring this in. So I want that stated for the record also, and that's really all that I have on this project. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
Thanks, Mr. Storch, for the presentation. I have to say, it makes me feel like I want to go on vacation. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring up just a few questions. Yes, I have talked to a couple local residents there. As you know, there's 6, I believe, 5 or 6. And I'm just going to throw out, I don't know if this went to all the commissions, and I believe I did bring it up to one of your representatives. Can you comment on the Emerald Heights subdivisions? They are stating that they have easement rights.
Yeah, I did. I looked at that. I've been an attorney for 40 years, and mostly in real estate law. So the first thing I do is, if that's a case, that's a problem. In this particular case, we have title commitments that indicate there's no such easement rights. I've further researched it. There was, apparently at one point, there was an unrecorded subdivision that was done. An unrecorded subdivision basically is, somebody putting something on paper and saying, this is what I'd like to do. But there's no dedication and no easements actually transferred. So in order to create an easement or a dedication of a right-of-way, you actually have to put that in the public records. In this particular case, there was no such thing done. And in fact, of course, there's no connection between them and the other road. So the Berry homes. So I can't imagine why they would think there would be an easement there. But there's absolutely nothing in the title or in my review of the public records that indicates there's any kind of easement, any kind of right-of-way, or any kind of subdivision. And don't forget, the city at one point has already zoned this property. The city zoned it as a shopping center. And including all the area that you're talking about that may be or may not be an easement, which it's not. So that couldn't be done. So I can't imagine 2 title companies saying that there's no issues, me saying there's no issues, and I'm sure that our esteemed attorney will be looking at this as well, and I look forward to working with him, but I am convinced there's no subdivision, no easements, no right-of-ways.
Okay, and what about the buffer zone for the storage center?
I looked at that too. I don't see anything recorded whatsoever. And apparently there's, because I've talked to neighbors, and they said, well, somebody told us that this was going to happen, that there was going to be a buffer zone. I don't know if they did it or not. The point is, we will do it. We'll make certain that there's a wall or buffer and working with the neighbor to make sure that there's something there that they're happy with, because that's my goal as well.
Okay, so we're exactly going around, and I don't want you to think at all that I'm opposed to this. I would much rather see this than I think a couple of the things I circled on here would be opposed to any of those going there in a zoned commercial on that area.
Which are almost entitled.
Yeah, and I get that. Where would you do the fence? Are you talking, because, we do have larger parcels back
Yes,
there. And I guess what I want to make sure of too, and, a lot of their concerns are, let's say I'm not going to be negative on it, but hey, let's take a stroll and their backyard is a nice wooded lot that backs up to this. We don't want strangers strolling through there. So is it going all the way around, or can you give a little bit more on that and lighten concerns?
My philosophy is always, if I'm doing something where somebody's coming in and building something, I want to make sure that neighbors are not impacted. That's important to me. I've been doing this for a long time. I want to be able to see people in the grocery store and say, hey, I did you right. So it's important. So in this particular case, and I've got a great client, by the way, who's been able to bend over backwards and do everything that's required. So if you look back at the slide that says privacy, that one right there, everything along the neighbors' properties, including the access from Martin Luther King, will have a wall. A masonry wall all along that area, as well as buffers. And so that would be what I was talking about. Because I talked to a couple of the landowners. They said the same thing. I said, would you like to, some people only want to have vegetative buffers. I said, would you like to have vegetative buffers? They said, well, we'd really like to have a wall. And I say, is it because of privacy? And they say, it's also security. So that makes sense. That made sense to me. So we're going to put the wall in there, and at the same time, the entirety of the project, because remember, security is a two-way street. We want to make sure that our people are also secure, that the entire project will be fenced as well. But that will be a masonry wall next to them.
Okay, and I do appreciate it. I especially appreciate, that you are making it a nice, sturdy masonry brick wall that we don't have to worry about a lot, as much
I
upkeep
should
on
point
it.
out, decorated, not just a brick wall, but it'll have stucco on it. Is that right? Yes.
Thank you guys very much for doing that. I know that is a huge expense, but I think it's a much needed for your protection and for the neighboring community right there. So I want to thank you for doing that.
It maintains everybody's property values.
Right. The zoning, but there's also a note, the zoning board did not confirm, and I don't think this is you, Mr. Storch, did not confirm the property owners that are received rent notice of the change received their notices. Do we have anything to verify that they received their notices?
We did follow the due public notice process, notified everybody within a 300-foot radius, and also posted the site with the orange placards, and finally followed it up with a newspaper advertisement.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Storch, so are you still planning on having a meeting with the neighbors?
Absolutely.
Before, we get down to the site plan and?
Yeah, well, it's not just a site plan, it's the zoning. The zoning is a PUD, so you're going to have a lot of the stuff in there, and I can put that into a contract. But yes, I've got to do that. I've got to find the time to sit down with the neighbors as well. I've talked to them on the phone. I've talked to them by letters. I've given them my email address, my phone number, my cell phone number. So it's important to me we do this, but I will schedule a neighborhood meeting as well, because I think that's important, and we walk through the stuff. And I'll make sure that my client is there as well, so that we can work out agreements right then.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I'm sorry to hear about, you and your family's lost with your home, and we will keep you in our prayers and pray that, you guys stay afloat during this next couple storms come through.
I appreciate this, and all I can say is it's the price of living in paradise, so.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Storch.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know this is a rezoning, but you had something in your presentation. This is the only time I'll be able to ask.
No.
When you talk about your market-based rent, is that also including amenities, or is that separate?
No, that'll be this total amount.
Okay, thank you.
So, but I will tell you, this is not the only chance you have to ask. Well, in your case, it may be. But because they'll have several more hearings on this. This is only comp plan. Your rezoning is going to come back, and you're going to have that as well.
I just wanted to ask, the only opportunity you have, and we talk about affordability, that's very important.
I think it is, because that's why it takes care of a number of different things.
Commissioner King?
Sir, tell me again how many units you're going to be putting in that area.
It's at 277.
277 units.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 3 accesses.
Yes.
Vehicular,
Yeah, 3 vehicular accesses.
so people will be able to pull in or out in their vehicles off of Howland Boulevard, not using Martin Luther King.
Actually, Howland is only going to be right turn in, right turn out. There will be no left turn into it. It's a limited access. But the major access is going to be Martin Luther King.
So the access other than Martin Luther King is simply an exit right turn.
Entrance and
Entrance also?
If you're coming from the interstate, and you could turn in if you wanted to, but it depends on where you live, I'm sure, which part of the community you live in. The people may use the Howland as an access, or they may use Martin Luther King as an access. There'll also be, if I remember correctly, an access off of Catalina, and that will be a limited access as well.
Okay, seems like an awful lot of traffic to me.
Compared to what you could have on the commercial, it is 1/16 of the traffic. And plus, like I say, the advantage to me as far as traffic, I'm trying to do things that encourage people to actually walk and bicycle, and this is an ideal location for that, because there's commercial in this area they could actually walk and bicycle to.
Well, it's concerning to me that the major entrance and exit out of that place looks like to me it's going to be Martin Luther King.
And the reason the county and the city thought that was good is because that's signalized. So you have a signalized intersection right there at Martin Luther King and Howland, and it can absorb that traffic easily.
I'm wondering what the other businesses that ultimately come into that area there on Martin Luther King, I think that would impact their businesses as well. Because I can tell you that street, that street's not a long street to start with.
It's not.
But people want to come out in the morning and go to work or whatever they're going to do. It'll be backed up all the way to the circle, people trying to get out.
Well, again, if they're trying to get out and go toward the interstate, they would probably take Martin Luther King. If they're going any other direction, they would take one of the other access points. But I will tell you, if I was a business owner on Martin Luther King and I had all these eyes going past me, I would appreciate it.
Not when people are trying to get into your business and there's a line of cars stopped at the light.
When the time comes, and we're going to have, don't forget, we're going to have several more hearings on this. We're going to have our zoning hearing, but we'll have our traffic engineer talk about that and make sure there's not improper stacking, because I can understand your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no more commissioners are here to speak on the board, so let's go to public comment. If you can read off the people that would like to speak on this, please.
Madam Mayor, there are 3 public comments. Brandy White, Farley Kelp, then Susan Dickens. Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. A lot to digest there. I'm going to be a little all over the place, so I'm going to start with my original notes before hearing the presentation. And it's not that I'm necessarily against the idea or the need for that diversity factor, but there's some realistic concerns, obviously, especially with this area. But first and foremost, I'm really confused why I'm hearing the words rezone, RPUD, because we have a moratorium. So this shouldn't even be on the agenda.
It doesn't count.
And since there was a moratorium requested because it was in the public interest to make a comprehensive determination as to whether existing zoning districts and regulations are appropriate, whether changes would be detrimental or appropriate, and what future land use map will look like or will continue to look like, I'm really concerned. I don't care if it's low density, medium density, high density, it's still residential. It's still a planned unit development. With the reason behind the requested moratorium in mind, and to minimum all development should be reviewed and discussed, I'm asking you guys if you've taken the following into account. The existence of school deficiency, lack of teachers, we heard that touch base. Currently, adding more children doesn't help the situation. In fact, it will magnify the situation. With 277 houses, I was a little concerned to see the only thing that was submitted to the school board was roughly between 60 and 70 kids. So I'd like to know how that figure came about as well. Oh, let's see, what else? The current state of the congestion in the roadways. Again, it was mentioned the only way in and out is going to be mainly Martin Luther, which, as you know, especially the fields that they stated of the type of people that would like to live here, they're going to be going to I-4, because if you make a right out of there, there's nothing like that or any type of commercial base going that way. So figured you'd be following me on that one. Limited availability of public transportation falls into play there, inadequate infrastructure with the roadways, and another thing that is listed when it comes to moratoriums that you're supposed to be looking at is any other factor which has a negative effect on the quality of life of residents in that area. Again, I'm going to bring up, I'm concerned only 300 feet get notified. I know that's, neither here nor there, but that's something that we can actually work to change. As they mentioned, there was problems with the property previously, so to hear that there would be possibly 18,000 trips because of a nightclub or a hotel, realistically, that would have come within 20 years. So that's more of a fear tactic, in my opinion. Moving on. My concern is this sit-down restaurant. Great, wonderful, we need it, but why wouldn't it just take that spot anyhow if it's a commercial area? If they were willing to come here, why won't they just purchase? There's just some confusion there, because we keep hearing from you guys that we need the lunch crew. So I'm not figuring how that kind of works into play, because then it sounds like commercial can actually be built there. The same thing with the unsafe conditions the county had found. So again, using that light, you're going to have, like it was mentioned, backed all the way up. I was wondering the commercial trip number that was used, what that was based off of. And let's see, the talk about the seniors selling their house. I'm just curious what the affordability of the rent will be, because they're on a fixed income. So how long is that actually going to stretch them? I have a bunch more, but I'm out of time. So if you could start with why we're even discussing this. It's considered an RPUD. I'd love that. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Farley Kelp, please.
Yes, I'm Farley Kelp, 2855.
Pull the mic up, please.
What?
Pull the mic up. There you go.
Okay, I'm Farley Kelp, 2855 Berry Drive, Deltona, Florida. I'm a resident there on Berry Drive. If this gentleman's argument is correct, that we don't have an easement on that property based on our subdivision, he just said then I don't have a right to get to my house, because my house is at the end of Berry Drive in there. If no easements were ever established, how do I get back to my house? How did the people on the other side, how did the people in Leonard get to their houses? They were all part of the original subdivision. Half of this thing was part of our original subdivision, okay? They came in here and lobbied people to make it commercial, okay, from residential, okay? This property, well, our property, they tried to make it multi-use back in 2004. The commission then shut it down because it was too many houses, okay? Because they were going to build another one where the center is now, okay? They was going to build multi-use there. They got shut down for that because there was too much traffic on Catalina and everything, okay, that it produced, all right? Your statement that about the cars going out, you need to think about the cars coming in also backing up. He said it's going to be a gated community. Every gated car has to open that gate to get through. So in rush hour, all them cars got to get in there, okay, during rush hour. We already have rush hour traffic problems on Howland, okay? Now we're going to have them in here. Okay, so for his businesses, they're going to have to deal with the rush hour people trying to get inside a gate, because every car has to go in a gate. They promise all kinds of things. It looks like their walking path is actually between our property and some of these houses, okay? We live on 2.5-acre lots. We bought our property for privacy. Some of my neighbors have lived here for 40 years. They were here before this was a city, before this guy bought this property 20 years ago, and before he converted it to commercial. Now he's complaining that it's commercial. Oh, it's commercial, I can't sell it. Now we're going to go put this thing in here, okay, and shove this down our throats. We are used to privacy. When my neighbors bought their property, behind their house was supposed to be a single-family home, okay, on 2.5 acres. That's what they bought for, all right? They lived here for 40 years. You need to fight for their rights here, okay, and protect the people who have been here, who have been your citizens ever since before you was a city, okay? There are a lot of issues. You have my email. I will be sending more emails to you addressing more issues with this project, okay? I already have lights from the center. My house abuts the center. The cars from the center's house are hitting my house. The lights from the cars, I'm going to get that straight. The lights from the cars at the center are hitting my house to the point where the back of my house, I have to have curtains on my house now. I have a bathroom downstairs in my house that at night I can walk into without turning the lights on because the lights from the center light up my house, okay? Now, when they build this, I will have to close off all the windows on the north side of my house because all the headlights from these cars and everything are coming to my house. Not your house, not to his house, not to his house. The guy's making millions of dollars off this project. Me, the poor resident of Deltona, okay? My house now has all headlights in it. They say they're going to block it. My house is on top of a hill. The same reason your center can't block the lights from my house, okay? I'm on top of the hill there, all right? You have to build something higher in my house to block the lights. It can't be done. I'm just asking you to please protect the resident.
Thank you, sir.
Susan Dickens, please.
My name is Susan Dickens. I live at 2835 Berry Drive, Deltona, Florida. We bought our home, we bought our property in 1988, and then all of the properties around us were 2.5 acres. We assumed, and it should be, the same. I mean, we feel like I'm not going to be thinking clearly, but I'll just say I was in my garage the other night, and a police car came down howling. I knew it was coming down howling, and it was doing the whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, we're used to the noise of police cars and fire. You know, the fire department is right the left side of us, you know, just right down on Howland. We're used to that. You know, we understand that. That's needed. They're going for a purpose. But when you put in 277 houses, right across the street right behind our neighbors, right across the street from us, it's going to be noisy. We didn't buy to be noisy like that. I mean, we bought thinking there would be 2.5 acres all around home sites across from us and around us. And when the center came in, well, it wasn't right behind us like it is Mr. Kelp, and we're not complaining too loud. It's noisy, but I can close my doors and go inside and turn up the TV. So that doesn't bother me. But the fact that I'm going to be in my front yard that I've been there since 1988, and I'm going to have to hear all of the noise and all of the traffic. Have any of you ever driven around Catalina and around Howland? Why would you want to make a traffic mess there when there's so many other places around? And yes, if it's commercial and they put in commercial places, it'll shut down at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and it won't be so much noise. I can't stop this man from making a living, but I can say it's not fair to those of us on Berry Drive, the 6 residences of the people here. It's not fair to us. We bought there, we've kept it up, I've worked at the schools, I've done a lot of stuff here for Deltona. I love my little city. Would not move unless I'm made to. And I guess that's all I got to say. I hope you all think about that, because we're people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kathy Bryan, please.
Good evening, Kathy Bryan, Deltona. The concept is a neat concept, but I'm glad Ms. McCool and Mr. King brought up, number one, the schools. Our schools are overcrowded. We don't have enough teachers. If this was going to be a community designated for some of the elderly folks, maybe, because then you wouldn't have to worry so much about the schools. But you talked about traveling nurses and other groups that very might likely have kids. I don't know how often a traveling nurse travels with kids, but never say never. The other concern is the roads, as always, and this comes up every time we have a rezoning issue and we want to put a bunch of houses in one little spot. I know the county owns Howland, and I just hope that the developer will look into the county to do the best we can with the roads, because the roads are already in such poor shape. So before you rezone this, think about rezoning it. Think about some of these other items. I also wish Florida would get over, spread out, and build up. I know people don't like people looking over their backyard, but you got a guy on a hill is going to be looking in their backyards anyhow. The more land you take up, the more land you cover, the less place water has to go. Basic hydrology. And you take out shrubs and plants, and I heard mention about landscaping, and you put little lawns and stuff like that, sheeting right over the grass, and it's going to go somewhere. So be glad you're up on a hill, sir. Take these things into consideration. They're really important, and we see it over and over and over and over again. And that's why I'm hoping for our moratorium to work, even though we're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, that closes the public comment portion of the hearing. So commissioners, do you have any more questions for the developer or staff? Commissioner King?
Ron, can you come up and talk about the moratorium?
Yes, sir. The moratorium only covers requests to increase entitlements to facilitate a detached dwelling on an individual lot type development pattern, a classic subdivision. This is not a classic subdivision that we see where there's a creation of lots with single-family dwelling units on them.
So as we go through this process, these little homes, apartment size, will not be plotted for a piece of property. It's all one big piece of property, and all these little apartments are just individually plopped on the property.
That is part of the basic design, yes.
And so that's what keeps this from falling under the restrictions of the moratorium.
And they also have townhomes proposed and whatnot as well. I think this is, coming back to the basic essence of this request. It's a request to change the future land use map from commercial to arguably a lower intensity land use designation, MDR, medium density residential. This is not an increase of entitlements that's being requested either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, no more questions. So we are to the end of our process here. So we need a motion and a second for approval or denial on this item. Let's see, Commissioner Bradford.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 22-2022, amending the future land use map by changing the future land use designation on a 34.8 acre area with commercial C to medium density residential MDR, and direct the interim city manager to transmit the amendment to the Volusia Growth Management Commission at first reading.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford. Is there a second? I will second the motion. So we have a motion and a second, and this is, Skip, would you please read the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance 20-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, pertaining to the comprehensive plan, providing for a small-scale future land use map amendment for a portion of the property located at 2965 Howland Boulevard, referenced as parcel 8109-00-00-0064, and for all of a parcel 8109-00-00-0070, located just north of Catalina Boulevard, from commercial C to medium density residential MDR, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
And before we vote, commissioners, I would just like to clarify the process. This gets sent after first reading, it gets sent to VGMC, correct? Or is it after second reading?
Yes. After the first reading.
After the first reading, it goes to the Volusia Growth Management Commission, and then they go through their process and send their recommendation for approval or denial back to the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we go to second reading, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just so everyone is clear with the process of how that works. It's a bit different. Commissioner King?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one more question to the applicant. Sir, we always seem to do things kind of backwards here. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but sometimes we do a lot of stuff backwards. So you mentioned that this piece of property that's going to be left over, used for purposes of a restaurant.
Yes.
Do you have someone in mind that's already applying to you to go into that space? And if you do, why don't you let them start building right away so that we can see the restaurant?
Yeah,
because what I don't want to happen is we approve this and you build 277 units in there, and we got this piece of property that's supposed to be a restaurant that's never developed, because it's commercial property now.
Right.
And in 20 years, no restaurant has wanted any one piece of that property.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. And what I will tell you is, because of the fact we're basically setting this up as a restaurant site, we are providing all the stormwater for the site. It's turnkey ready as soon as we are done with this. And so we will have it ready to go. We've already designed it to be like an Outback, okay, with the same number of parking spaces required, the same number of areas, square foot, things like this. So that's the goal, is to, there's a number of restaurants that will fit that criteria, but when they're able to come in and it's basically shovel ready, where you already have your stormwater in place, where you already have your access in place, and where you have now 277 potential customers around it, that's what makes this valuable to this site. But as far as your question, yes, this is going to be a valuable restaurant site that could not be built right now.
All right.
And it will.
It's just kind of interesting to me that we already have over 90,000 potential customers, and we don't have the restaurant yet.
It's true. I mean, and again, it's just hard to get restaurants to come in. But in this particular case, and I will tell you, I know that Daryl is going to work hard to help with that as well. And if anyone can do it, he can. It's a big difference between.
I sure would like to see somebody committed to that.
It's a big
difference. It just seems like a selling point that we'll never see. That's all.
No, why would we give up an acre of land for nothing? So this is a site that will actually be used for a restaurant. I don't want to say I guarantee, because I'm not allowed to as a lawyer, but I will tell you that that's going to be an ideal location for a restaurant site. And that the problem is there's a difference between selling an acre as opposed to 34 acres. Okay.
Okay, commissioners, may we vote, please? Is there someone that has not voted, Joyce? And the motion passes 5-2. So we'll move on to the next item, which is item B, a public hearing, ordinance number 17-2022, amendment to the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 5.3 acres of land from agricultural A and single-family R1 to business planned unit development, BPUD, at second and final reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services. For the record, this is the second hearing for the Marketplace Business Plan Unit Development, ordinance 17-2022.
Ron,
Can we
Ron,
give just a
can you
minute
just
to
hold
let
on a
him
minute
clear
till
this
everybody
out?
leaves?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just hang on just a second. This is going to be quasi-judicial, right, Ron?
Yes, absolutely.
The biggest trouble is always to kick down and pause, and they're the ones that hold up the keyboards for that. They're all in the back line there. Okay. So I don't know how many we got here, but usually
Okay.
a couple more.
Let's see where they're at.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is second reading for ordinance 17-2022, rezoning from agriculture and R1 to business plan unit development. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to turn the floor over to our attorney to swear in, discuss standing, and also back to the city commission for ex parte disclosure.
All right, if we could ask everyone who is a participant or has received a notice for the hearing to please stand and hold up your hand if you intend to testify. All right. And do you swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Mayor?
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we will begin now. We have a mailing list for those that have standing. You've passed that out. The clerks has passed that out, commissioners. You should have a list of those people that have standing. And now what we will do is we will discuss ex parte communication. So we'll go down alphabetically, please, if we could do that. Bridget, for ex parte communication.
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner Bradford?
No new ex parte.
Commissioner King?
It's on.
None except for driving by the location.
Commissioner McCool?
No new ex parte.
Commissioner Ramos?
No new ex parte.
No.
Commissioner Sosa?
No new ex parte.
Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez?
None.
And Mayor Hertzberg?
No new ex parte communication. So we've done the swearing in. Now, Mr. Paradise, staff report. You're up.
This is a 5.3 acre site that's located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Forestead Drive and Howland Boulevard. The City Commission heard this at first reading on October 17th and had questions about pedestrian access. City staff, the applicant, and the County of Volusia met about how to engender greater pedestrian access and safety. As a result of that meeting, there was a determination by the applicant to upgrade the sidewalk system along Forest Edge Drive to Howland Boulevard to an 8-foot wide facility. They're also going to install a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the front of the facility, and they're also going to monitor pedestrian traffic in the area to determine better ways to channelize and manage pedestrian traffic in the area. There was also some proposed housekeeping revisions to the development agreement, which I'll let the applicant explain. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this presentation.
Commissioner Bradford.
Just a couple notices that I made actually on Halloween evening. Box Elder is going to be going directly into this. That is a major road at Halloween time. I literally walked down there, and it was great walking from Lob Lally. Awesome group down there. The homes did an amazing job until I hit Wild Pepper. As soon as I hit Wild Pepper, there was no sidewalks and no street lights going from there down to, I think it was Arbor Trail. And then it kicks up again with sidewalks and street lights. And I'm bringing this up because this is a major concern because we're adding an area next to this, which would be kind of a little destination for people in both Arbor Ridge and Timbercrest to walk over there. And literally there was, people have to walk on the street because you can't really walk on the sidewalk because of the swells. I don't know if that's something with any of these subdivisions that we can get addressed, but I think we may want to definitely take a look at that area. It's literally a 2-block radius in the midst of no streetlights, no sidewalks, nothing. So I don't know. I know we're getting, funds. I'd like to see something put towards rectifying that little problem right there.
Duly noted. I think I'll get with Public Works and have them check it out.
Appreciate that.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, it's literally right off Box Elder, Wild Pepper. And
It's
then
just kind of that segment on Box Elder.
Yeah, you're just going to hit like a 2-block of, and I'm going to tell you, it is pitch black at night and it is no sidewalk, so.
Okay, yeah, I think the sidewalk thing would be easier to address, and I think the street lighting may require a district or something along those
Well, that
lines.
is, and that's what's confusing, is because Timber Crest and Arbor Ridge and Deltona Woods, I believe they're all a part of our streetlight district. So that segment not having any lights was a bit confusing, because if you go through any of them, they all have lights, but you just hit a dead section.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on that, why that would be as well.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked. Like I said, first time I've actually walked down there through the Halloween night. Crazy if you've never done it. I will have to say it's Christmas at Halloween. They're out there at the end of the streets. It's kind of spectacular. So, but yeah, I think you would love to take a trip down there. You'll love to see it. That's pretty much my biggest concern on that. You know, I don't want to see, I know there was talk before about putting the entrance tube farther down Box Elder, but even going down, I really wouldn't want to see traffic going any further into the subdivision than right there at Box Elder. So, you know, after walking through it and doing it, I think that's a preferred choice for that community as well. That's it.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Paradise? If not, we will go to the applicant then.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. We spent a good amount of time talking about this overall project at the last meeting, where we actually had a meeting. Tonight, I want to just kind of briefly touch on why we asked for a continuance at the last, this most recent date that we were scheduled for second reading, and then to walk you through a couple of the follow-up items you asked us to look at on first reading. So we were actually prepared to go through with second reading at the 2 weeks ago. And we received a phone call and an email from one of the landowners and their attorney saying they had a couple of housekeeping items that they wanted to correct in the development agreement. So that's why we came at the last meeting and asked you to continue it so we could work with them. And I didn't get their full comments until actually a couple days later. And so we have now worked through with that with both the owner and your staff and your legal staff. And let me just give you a quick summary on that, because it's really just housekeeping. The development agreement was originally set up with references to owner throughout, and so we made that owner or developer, depending on the circumstances in the agreement. We also made it clear that to the extent that anything is not revised from your code or your zoning ordinance by this agreement, then the terms and conditions of your zoning ordinance and land development regulations continue to govern. And finally, there was initially a request from the landowners to make the development agreement not effective if there wasn't a closing on the property. And so we worked through that. That raised some significant red flags with your staff. I've worked with the landowner's attorney to address the concerns that they had with regard to that, and they withdrew that request for a change. So those were just the couple of housekeeping items. The primary thing was dealing with some of the pedestrian concerns we heard at the last meeting. So let me just walk through to refresh everybody's memory. We've talked about this from the location standpoint. I think at the last meeting, or the first reading when we talked about this project, we talked about the fact that, this is kind of part of that Southwest Activity Center that, originally was planned by the county back in the 80s, and the planning has continued forward. And, here's the current aerial, the current land use map, and the current zoning. This is in your activity center overlay, and this is, kind of the eastern edge of it at Forest Edge Drive. So, the proposal here is to amend the zoning from the existing agricultural, which is a holding category, and anticipated by the land use that this would ultimately change through a PUD, which is required, it's required to be in a PUD to allow for commercial development. This is, kind of a better view of the site, and this we've got some updates to this based on the things you asked us to look at first reading, which I'll show you in just a second. But just to refresh your memory, this is the corner site with several commercial users going in, both restaurants and retail office type uses on 3 separate parcels that are outlined here. What we heard from you at the last meeting was some concern relating to pedestrian enhancements. And so from a site plan standpoint, that led us to make a couple of quick changes to the property that we control directly, and that's the actual layout of the site. So as Ron mentioned, and you can see here, we added, and I'll show you why this makes a lot of sense in just a minute, but this was both a request from the city and also from the county staff when we met with them prior to what was our scheduled second reading. They asked us to increase the size of the sidewalk over on the west side of Forest Edge. And one of the particular reasons, we talked a lot about the high school students coming, from Deltona High School and coming across Howland to this site. And there was also discussion and concern about people crossing Forest Edge. So you come across Howland, then you got to come across Forest Edge. And so the idea was to put the path of least resistance, if you will, with the broader sidewalk, the more inviting pedestrian pathway along the western edge of Forest Edge, and that lines up with the intersection improvements that we'll talk about in just a minute as well. And then one of the other things that we added, so you've already got the sidewalk that goes along Howland down here at the edge, but we added to that an additional sidewalk that comes in with pedestrian connections and pedestrian indicators and everything through the parking areas on each of the lots so that you've got the ability for internal pedestrian circulation to be enhanced. So we've added all of those since the first reading. I think the kind of more important stuff, or as important as this language, was also added to the development agreement. So before we had some general language about pedestrian circulation and everything else, but these are the points that came out of our meeting with both your staff and the county staff with regard to how we can look at, Howland and the area around the high school and make sure that we're kind of looking at every type of enhancement that we can as we move forward with the site plan. So the language it's actually added on into, I can't remember what section is in the development agreement, but it's added into the development agreement as it's quoted here. So we talked about the 8-foot sidewalk that I previously referenced. And then, as you heard in the last discussion, Howland is a county facility, so a lot of the final design has to be based on what we can propose and what they'll approve when we go through engineering review. But the things that the county indicated a willingness to consider and approve were fencing to direct, a pedestrian access along the southern side of Howland Boulevard. So let me explain. We looked at the area between Forest Edge and Rhode Island and Wolfpack over here on the eastern edge. So we kind of looked through this whole corridor about what can you do to make sure you're directing people to the right place to cross so you can get safely across here. And one of the things that the county likes is the idea, if you've been over on International Speedway Boulevard in Daytona, next to the track where you've got the fencing that keeps pedestrians from coming out and crossing at random locations. One of the things that the county staff will be looking at with us when we go through the use permit is the installation of a fence along the Howland right-of-way here that would direct all people that are crossing down to Forest Edge in Rhode Island, rather than having the opportunities for them to dart across 8 lanes of traffic in random locations. So that was a suggestion that came from Tad Casbier, so we added that as one of the items that we'll be looking at as we go through the site plan process and the use permit process with the county. The other is, we looked at, what the county's typical standards are. They really don't have a typical standard, but we've added in language regarding pedestrian signage that may also include the flashing pedestrian crossing indicators. Again, that's got to be, approved by the county as part of that use permit review, but we've put that term and condition into the development agreement. Improving the paint and thermoplastic striping that goes across the crosswalks. If you look out there now, everything is very faded. Everything is chipped and everything else, so that was an opportunity for us to come back, enhance those crosswalks. And if you remember a minute ago, I talked about, having that larger sidewalk over here on this edge, and that was intended because as you come across here and you've got a barrier or fencing that keeps people from crossing earlier, you've also got the racetrack over on this side, so it made sense to continue that crossing over and then come across on this side so that you're going into that larger sidewalk on the western side of Forest Edge. So we've added that language in as well. I mentioned the 5-foot sidewalk that provides kind of the interconnection up here closer into the different lots. So those were all added in. And then finally, And this is one of the things that will really kind of be based on the details when we get into the engineering. One of the things that the county said they can, really focus on is improving the timing for those pedestrian crossings. In other words, providing the pedestrian priority across Howland with more time to make sure that you're giving kind of time to get across there. So the signal and pedestrian crosswalk timing will be adjusted in coordination with the county to maximize the time allowed for crossings of both Howland Boulevard and Forest Edge Drive. So I thought it was a good suggestion that you all gave us to really go back and sit down with the city and county staff. It was a productive meeting. I think these are some enhancements that you could probably pick up and start using in some other locations as well, particularly where you've got some concerns. I know we've had similar discussions over around Pine Ridge, where you've got, we've had some interactions between vehicles and kids and things of that nature that, these may be some things to start looking at as more of a standard in some of those locations for your busy corridors like this. So with that, those are the shifts that we made and the tweaks we made based on our discussions with you all at first reading. Happy to answer any questions you might have, and I would ask you to just make the motion to approve, to incorporate the changes that we've presented to you this evening.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? I don't see any, sir. So now we'll go to public comment. We will go ahead and, is there anyone withstanding that has signed up for public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then we'll go ahead to standard public comment. If you could read those that are signed up for public comment, please.
I have Kathy Bryan.
Good evening again, Kathy Bryan, Deltona. I have a couple of questions. I'm glad to see you guys worked on some of this. But when you talk about the pedestrian signage, which may include the flashing lights, if that is the flashing lights where traffic is supposed to stop while the pedestrians cross the road. The reason I ask that is because downtown Gore Street has that. But Gore Street, unlike Howland and that whole area, is not nearly as busy, and even early in the morning when there's heavy traffic. It's also 4 lanes wide, whereas this, you've not only got 4 lanes, but you've got the racetrack, you've also got the turn lanes to cross. And have you seen people drive down there? Because they don't care. So while it's a good idea, is it a good idea for this? Is it the best idea for this place? I'm glad we're doing something, but I'm concerned that it may not work, and you can answer that when the time comes. But that's my question. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, and we'll close the public comment portion for this.
All right. Turn this one to me. Albert Bryan, please.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. Much as I complain about not having enough commercial, I like this idea up to a point, because here again, emphasis on where the school is and where all of this interacts. You're going to have to do an awful lot of fencing for keeping the kids from crossing the street in the wrong areas. The flashing lights I appreciate because when you have a light that is green and you have a pedestrian crossing at the same time that is white and flashing saying they can cross, there's a problem there. There has always been a problem at this light there. This will just compound it 10 times. The county is the true problem here, not the development, not the city. Until the county realizes that we have a bunch of kids that want to cross here, and now you're going to have a place that will be eagerly accepting them to a cross and accept their money for lunch and after school stuff. We already have that right down the street at the donut shop and at the sub shop, which has caused a few problems the way I understand it. None of that was there when my daughter was hit. So think about this. Are the drivers paying attention to the kids? Obviously not. Because since my daughter's been hit, we've had 3 other kids hit at that intersection. 2 more hit actually at the intersection at Wolfpack. So everything that we can do to prevent our children from getting hit, I'm all for. The flashing lights he mentioned, that's a step forward. But until the county wants to recognize that you can't have a crosswalk and a green light to where cars and kids are moving at the same time, there's going to be a problem here. And I'm afraid that it's going to take a child to die before the county engineers say, oh, maybe we need to think about this. It shouldn't. Because I'm going to tell you something. Living through a child with a brain injury is tough enough. Because all the things that they have to figure out in life are different from prior to the accident to after the accident. I hope none of y'all ever have to live through that.
Thank you, sir.
And Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, that closes the public comment portion of the hearing. Do we have a rebuttal from Mr. Watts?
Just want to make sure that I answered the questions that were asked. With regard to the flashing lights, I think the reference to kind of a mid-block crossing type configuration where you've got the flashing lights and it's specifically kind of for a crosswalk area. That's not what we're proposing here. That's not what the county would like to see here. And I think consistent with some of the comments you just heard, I think it's important, and I think the county recognized the importance, and as did the city staff when we were talking through the enhancements here, that really the crossing needs to be concentrated at the intersection. It needs to be concentrated when there's a red signal there, giving a longer period of time for the pedestrian crossing to be lit up, but perhaps having some lights, some of the pedestrian, the diamond signs with a flashing light above it saying this is a pedestrian area as you approach that intersection. That's more the type of improvements that I think the county had in mind when we met with them. So when we look at E here, the signal and pedestrian crosswalk timing will be adjusted in coordination with the county to maximize that. That's really the focus. You keep in mind, you've also got apartments being built just back here behind the racetrack. And so this is an area where you've got a prospect for more foot traffic coming out of the apartments, going up to racetrack, going across the street to the restaurants that we're talking about here. So we're really focusing on kind of those enhancements being here, that additional timing for the pedestrian crossing, the flashing indicators to draw, the traffic's attention to that as you're coming up to that intersection, so that when you're on that red, pedestrians have the right to walk across there. They're going to a larger sidewalk. It really is kind of designed to make that a safer crossing for not just our project that's coming in here, but the other activity you've got in this vicinity. So this will be an evolving thing. I think the language that's in here gives us the tools to work with your staff and with the county to make sure that we improve this situation as much as we can. Hopefully give you guys some ideas to use on projects coming down the line as well. So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner McCool, do you have questions for Mr. Watts or Mr. Paradise?
Mr. Paradise and motion. Who was first? Okay. You don't have to come up, Ron, honestly. It's really not a question. It's more of a statement. And I'm going to make this statement again because I made it the last time, about us looking into a walkover or going under. And, I know when I mentioned it, there's a group out there, they can take a rosebud and make it a dandelion, but I'm going to say it again. It is to a point where we have a lot of subdivisions, a lot of traffic going across, not just subdivisions, but between the two sides of the street, Howland, Graves. I think it's important that we seriously look at doing that walkover. Like Attorney Watts said, we have apartments going right across the street, and that's the tip of what's going over there. And not to mention, then we've got the hospital, we're going to have a hotel. We've got foot traffic going back and forth. I don't know if we can work with the county on that. I don't know what we can do. We don't even have a welcome to Deltona sign at that area. I mean, that's a perfect area to do that walkover with the welcome to Deltona. It works, because if it didn't work, Seminole County would not have 3 of them. They have 3 of them going over major areas because they work, and it is a safety concern. And I would rather say, yes, it's going to be millions. It's going to take 5 years, but I at least want to know that we're going to put something in the works or reach out and see what we can do to get it in the works. I mean, we put $10 million aside for a flyover that was in somebody's head, and we don't even have on paper. I would think something of somebody's lives, we can make it of a top priority.
Understood.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Yes.
And with that, I will make a motion. I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 17-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone question 5.3 acres of land from agriculture A and single-family R1 to business plan unit development, BPUD, at second and final hearing. The interim city manager has authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. We still have 2 people on the board before we do any reading of the ordinance or anything. Commissioner McCool and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I can't strongly enough endorse what you were saying about pedestrian crossing right there. The county, in the strongest terms, needs to understand that we are the largest municipality in the county. We have been a stepchild for a very long time. We need this in order to enhance and protect our children in that environment. There are new high-tech pedestrian crossings. If we don't get a walkover, there are high-tech pedestrian crossings. We're so much more inventive than this. So the county needs to understand that with the full weight of all of the developers coming into that area, that this needs to be thought about, talked about, and implemented. And that's the expectation that Deltona is bringing to these developers, especially pedestrian-rich environment like we're doing. So I'm talking not only to this developer, but all of the developers in this area. Contributing factors to pedestrian accidents is putting more people in an already congested area. And the answer is that we have to take this more seriously. So whether it be county, state, grants, whatever it is, then that's the expectation that we're creating for the city of Deltona now, for all the developers. Any developers still sitting in this audience, that's what the expectation is as far as that goes. So whatever that is, developers need to work heavily with the county on that. I don't know how we can engage the TPO also on this, but we need to. We've had some tragic accidents here in Deltona. So it's not lost on me how much developers make on these developments, and the time has come to pass where Deltona passively sits by and doesn't create any expectation for these extra measures because we are here and this is what we're saying, and in order for development to pass, they really do have to take these factors into consideration. So I agree with you completely. We are done with leaving meat on the bone where it comes to protection and enhancement of these developments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So Howland Boulevard is a very busy, extremely busy road. And I can tell you that the flashing lights are not going to work. We have them on Deltona Boulevard. And sort of like a busy area, hotel, McDonald's, so just to make it safe for people to cross. There were people trying to cross, and they pressed those buttons. The lights were going crazy, and they were honking at me because I had to stop to let the residents go. So the idea of coming up with a safer crossing for Howland Boulevard with this area coming up, it's urgent. due to the fact that we have a school around there. So these flashing lights, I'm telling you, are not going to work. We fought for it for Deltona Boulevard. We have them on Deltona Boulevard. They work if drivers respect them, but they don't. So, let's come up with something more safer for our children.
Okay, just a final comment on that. How many flyovers do we have in Volusia County? How many of the walkover flyovers do we have? I know that we have one in Daytona Beach. Where's the other two? Both in Daytona? Okay.
You can start with the trail. Yeah, the
415
and
right,
442
which leads,
in Edgewater as well. There's a flyover.
but those are related to trails.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So we want to talk about that because we had this discussion last time. The only flyover that's not related to a trail is at International Speedway. Two of those. Who paid for those, sir? You were manager there.
Yeah, there's also one on A1A between the park at the Ocean Center area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ones that on ISB, one was paid for by the state, one, and the city contributed some funds to it, and one was paid for by International Speedway Corporation.
And do you have any idea the cost of those flyovers?
I don't.
The reason I say that is Seminole County also has them. They're also trail related. So you really want to go ahead and try to work on something like that, try to connect it to some sort of a trail, figure out a trail system that we have going on there and try to get funding that way. Because there are millions and millions and millions of dollars to do that. And it's a great idea, and we need something in that area, but we're also looking at funding. So grant-wise, there's a lot of things, maybe through TPO for pedestrian issues and so forth, but it's going to have to be a solid effort by the city, the county, the state, TPO, the trail system, and anybody else you can drag into there to get, and the school board, right, to get some funding. Because you're right, it is a school-related issue. And it's an economic development issue, it's a safety issue. But the next commission is going to have to decide if that's going to be a priority, put that in your strategic plan and start working toward it. I mean, and really go full bore to try to get the funding, because you're going to have to really cobble that together. It's a great idea, but again, that's the only thing I have to say on that, because like all major roadways, Howland Boulevard is extremely busy, and it's not the only road like that, but if we can make it work with pedestrian safety, that's the way to do it. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Fowler, would you please read the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 17-2022. An ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 5.3 acres of land located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Howland Boulevard and Forest Edge Drive from agricultural, A, and single-family R1 to business planned unit development, BPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, before we vote,
yes,
I just want to be clear that the maker of the motion also intended to include those revisions to the BPUD development agreement as well. Maybe the maker of the motion did, I just didn't catch it.
Commissioner Bradford?
Yeah, we didn't have any, Yeah, they didn't have it all listed this time, so you just want me to amend it to include, how do you want it?
Those revisions discussed in the presentation here.
Okay, so before the interim city manager, Ms. Joyce, just put, and to approve to make the Senate plan a hearing and to include the amendments made during the presentation. Do you want me to say specifically Attorney Watts?
No, I think those general statements will work just fine.
Okay, is that okay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, you're good with that? Okay, you're clear? Okay, may we vote, please? Commissioner Bradford, you were on the board for not a discussion item, right? Yeah. Okay. You were just on there. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Next up is a public hearing, Resolution 2022-28, acceptance of the final plat of SD 22-009, Island Walk South. Mr. Paradise.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution 2022-28 involves the acceptance of final plat for a 57-lot subdivision on approximately 16 acres of land. Hearings on this project or request have been deferred to engage in more study of the property and area. City staff has gone out. Oh, thank you. City staff has gone out and taken a look at this property. Members from Planning and Development Services and the city manager's office have, like I said, reviewed this. The findings in general as follows are that the Island Walk South property has not resulted in the restricting the conveyance of water in the area. The tiny lake area that is associated with the flooding drains south through overland areas, through wetlands and ditches underneath Howland Boulevard, outfalling to Lake Butler, which is located downstream from the Three Islands Lake system. With that being said, this plat meets all technical requirements. Therefore, staff recommends the City Commission approve resolution number 2022-26 and to direct the mayor to sign the plat. I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this.
Commissioner Sosa.
Okay. On the property, the last time we had the map, we had a lot of high area, we had a lot of low area. What was the amount of feet that from the lower areas that was built up to make this a plat that you could build on?
They did balance the site. I'm not sure exactly how to, that I can express that in the terms of feet. Like I said, I do not know the answer to that question, how it's built up, but I know they did not import or export any fill off of this property.
Okay. So, I mean, they could have taken it from the center and built out the outer edges.
Yeah, and that's not unusual. That's common development practice.
Okay. Now, the flooding that occurred east and west of this site after it was developed, have you determined if that flooding was caused from changing the elevations of this property?
I do not believe that flooding was caused as a change of elevation. If this property is still natural, those basins would have overflowed and created the condition that we're dealing with today.
Okay. Now, on the eastbound lane of Lake Helen Osteen, that thing stayed flooded forever and a day. I've never seen that much water retained in that area. I know from time to time we had some water on the road, but I've never seen an entire lane submerged for probably a month. Can you explain why it retained water so much longer this time?
Yeah, I think it was just based on the amount of rain we had during that Hurricane Ian event, and it just overtopped what, considered to be the normal basin extents for that small Lake Tiny feature.
Okay. Now, you said that you don't believe that the elevation changes on that property contributed to the flooding of all the houses around there. What do you base that on?
I just base that off of the reconnaissance in the area, also the engineering information that was talked about at the last hearing when this item was heard.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner King.
Ron, at the last meeting, the engineer showed us a map that was kind of a topographical map, different shades, brown, tan, yellow, green, dark green. And that map was presented as a map that was done in 2019. We asked to see a map that was more recent than that. Do you have that map?
We do not have a more recent map of topo.
Okay. So if I recall on that map, the dark brown areas were the high points. And then there was yellow that were lower points, and then there was green that was wetlands, and then it went to the middle of Lake Tiny was dark green. The portion that was, which is now covered up actually, near the road where the curve is there. Those areas, according to what you're telling us, there was no dirt taken out and no dirt brought in. It was simply spread out. It was leveled. It seems like to me that if you level the property so that you don't have the valleys for water to run in, you have stopped the water from running at all, basically. So when you do that and the water doesn't have any place else to go, it pools and rises. I don't see how we're supposed to make a good decision when we ask to see a more up-to-date map, and that's not produced. We ask y'all to go out there, and from what I'm reading, you go out and you walk around on the flat ground that's been leveled by the construction site to create a construction site for them to build on, but you're not really doing due diligence to walk around and look at all the water that's all the way around that place where people are living. And I just feel like, let's just bow down to the developer so that they can, do what they want to do, but it's really at the expense of our citizens, because we got people that flood all around that area. And I don't see where this is, I don't see where this is a good idea. I don't see how this is going to be good in the end now for these people. And probably before the hurricane, we would have said, nothing to it, it's all good. But it's not good. Because you go out there today and there's still water all the way around that place, that particular site. And it's barely off the road, by the way. It's still at the edge of the road, on the shoulder of the road. It's not on the road anymore, but it's still there. I don't see how that site is not responsible for some of the water that we're seeing there. Clear cut the property, take out all the trees, take out all the shrubs, hundreds of gallons of water that would have been absorbed daily is taken away. And we walk out there on the site and say, well, they've got 4 retention ponds, that's good, everything's fine. When we build these houses, they're not going to flood. You're right, they're not going to flood, but our neighbors all around them are. How does that communicate well with our neighbors? Communicates to me It says we don't really give a crap about our neighbors. Just as long as we get a little bit more tax base, a little bit more money, the developer's making it, we're going to get a little bit, and so it's all going to be good. And I do not agree with that. You cannot tell me that that site right there isn't hurting the surrounding area, which is still, by the way, underwater. Go out there, drive down there, look up in those driveways. You can't get into driveways. Go look. But let's build another place and put another 50, 60 homes in there, because we know they're not going to flood while our neighbors are flooding. I can't approve that. I'm sorry. That's just me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sosa?
Now, there's 3 retention ponds on this property, correct? 4. Where does the water go from that retention pond?
The water eventually perk into the aquifer.
And what is the percolation rate on that?
I do not know the perk rate. I can say, based on the soil types being sandy and excessively drained, it is pretty, significant, that rate.
Now, these retention ponds, what are they designed for? 25, 50, 100-year flood?
I believe it's a 100-year flood.
Believe or
I believe,
actual?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other commissioners have questions. Is the applicant here? Yes.
Good evening. It's Tina Lee with Starlight Homes Florida, 1064 Greenwood Boulevard, Suite 124, Lake Mary. I'm going to introduce our engineer, Dave Holden from Quigg Engineering. I think he can explain most of what you're asking.
Please, because I think some commissioners would like maybe to hear from the applicant's engineer.
Good afternoon, Board. Dave Holden, Quigg Engineering. So the topo that I guess, Commissioner King, you were asking about from 2019, that was surveyed at the time. That's what the land was before any dirt moving. The elevation ranged anywhere from, and I have to remember not to put the 1 in here, anywhere from thank you, 44 feet down to 30 feet. 30 feet's the wetland, for a better word, the lake Tiny. So when we graded it, the retention ponds were dug out, and that dirt was used to raise some of the lower area. We were not filling wetlands. We were not filling 100-year flood area. We were not filling any of that. So we create the 4 retention ponds, and I want to say it's 3 and 3A, which if you look at the drawing here, they're the middle 2 ponds. So the northern of the ponds adjacent to the highway is strictly to take all the water from that road into it. None of our development goes into that. That is just all that roadway we designed to go into that. And the church has an emergency pop-off which goes under the road via a pipe into that. So we designed that to incorporate that. The middle pond in the island here, next where it says sheet 4, to the right of sheet 4, that pond stores the entire water. There is no outfall from that pond whatsoever. Then you have the 2 down here by Lake Tiny. Those ponds are designed with, and if you bear with me a second, they're allowed outfall from our pre-post wrong thing I grabbed. From our pre-post difference, sorry, I should have had that piece of paper out here. So pond 100, in a precondition, flowed 0.91 CFS into Lake Tiny. Before development, that's what flowed into Lake Tiny. That takes into account the land as it was, trees, vegetation, was 0.91%, or CFS, cubic feet per second. After we develop and the homes are all put out there, we're only going to be flowing 0.35 CFS out of that pond. So we reduced the flow out of that was going to Lake Tiny. Pond 200, same scenario. In the precondition, it was allowed 1.41 cubic feet a second through natural flow into Lake Tiny. When we designed the project, that only flows out 0.18 now. So we've reduced the flows into Lake Tiny. So our project, and that's under full build out. Right now, you're not even full build out. You were saying earlier that the percolation, there is perk right there right now, and all the yards are going to have perk. So we have stored more water than what were required. And then in a 100-year storm through those ponds, I think you were asking about the 100-year storm scenario. In a 100-year storm, they are actually, the outfall in a 100-year storm adds up to 1.87 CFS, which is still less than a 25-year storm under the precondition prior to development. So our ponds are not creating any additional, actually they're holding back water, not creating additional flows. So again, you were asking about percolation. It's 10 to 20 feet per day is what the perks on those ponds are, based on the soil borings that were provided by the soils engineer. And that's what we designed it for. And all this went through, like I said, St. John's. We did a wetland study, so we knew we weren't encroaching into the wetlands. We over-designed the ponds more than what St. John's required. So that was prior to any development. None of our lots are, in the prior meeting, they were making statements that our lots were underwater, our property was wetlands. Our property was not underwater. We are not impacting any wetlands. The only wetlands even on our property is that small corner down by the cul-de-sac, and we avoided that area. I will stand for any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Sorry, I had to get back to my page. Do you have any questions for the engineer? No? I have one.
No.
You talked about St. John's.
Yeah.
So can you just very briefly discuss what's required of you and what St. John's requires? Because as we all know, St. John's pretty much controls a lot of water issues, in most of them in the city of Deltona, especially the lakes, stormwater, and all that. So what were they requiring of you in order to get permission to do this project? Or what were their concerns or your concerns?
Really, we just have standard process that we have to go through them. First of all, wetlands. We have to locate the wetlands. We have to show that we're not impacting the wetlands. Technically, you can impact wetlands, but you have to compensate, but we stayed out of the wetlands. That's one of the issues. The second issue is you have to do your PAV volume, which is a dry retention pond is 1/2, well, St. John's is a little different, but it's an impervious area. You take your first inch runoff or 1/2 inch oversight, whichever is greater. And a wet pond has a similar scenario. So you have to clean that water. That has to be perked out through the ground. Then you have either a 25 or 100-year storm event that you put into those ponds. So in this area, St. John's only was talking about a PAV volume, but we did even higher than that. We did a 25-year storm event with a 100-year storm event that would overtop the pond in a worst-case scenario, but the CFS is still less than a 25 pre.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
Is there anybody else on the board?
No.
I do appreciate you coming. I did ask the question the last time if there was any of your parcels underwater, and it could not be answered. So obviously, you could understand the concern that we would have. I was informed that staff did walk it. I was informed that what you're saying is true. I know it's not what we all want to hear at this point. We don't want to see anybody underwater. So you can obviously understand my concern personally, I can't speak for everybody else, on bringing in any properties that have a chance of being underwater. But I do appreciate you guys taking the time to come in here and give us, the information for the research. I hereby move to adopt resolution number 2022-28, accepting the final plat SD 22-0009, Island Walk South, and authorize the mayor to sign the plat. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Okay, motion is properly moved by Commissioner Bradford. Is there a second? I will second the motion. Properly moved and seconded. Now we'll go to public comment, please.
Madam Mayor, there are 2 public comments, Brandy White, then Michael Beckman, Family Realty Rentals. Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. It doesn't seem like we have a real moratorium at all. You guys know what the residents wanted with this moratorium and why. You played word games with it. I called it then that it wasn't going to actually mean anything, that it was just fluff. You could enlighten us and let us know, what has actually been held off by this moratorium. Any projects at all? Because instead you just use words like amendment, when exactly it's a whole another one. It's 50 additional houses. Even if it matches the word moratorium exactly, the RPUD, exactly what we were talking about, like I said, you use amendments to bypass it. However, interestingly enough, in my research, it appears that typically during the existence of a building moratorium, no applications for variances, special exceptions, zoning district changes, amendments, etc., shall be acted upon by any city agency except as provided by the city commission in the moratorium ordinance that you create. Looking at that moratorium, I don't see there was any exceptions given. Amendments are considered an exception. So again, on top of all the other concerns I've spoken about for the last 2 times this has been brought up, I'm still confused to see it back on the agenda. According to my research, a moratorium also sets forth a fixed time where city manager and director of Department of Planning is supposed to report back to the commission. It's been over 6 months. Have we received any reports? Have we moved forward with public scoping? No, you've done nothing because it's a facade. It always has been. Moving on. Has anyone reviewed the historical data on this land? I have it right here for you. We have historical data from when it was Deltona Lakes. We have 1997, we have 2007, 2017, and current, since that couldn't be found. It was located just fine. Looking into anything I brought forward last time, any of you, October 3rd, each one of you said you were going to go out there and you were going to walk the site. Did any of you walk it? I don't know how you could have, because that low-lying land piece I was talking about where part of the 50 houses was going to go, it was going to become an island, is still wet. So I'm just curious how you walked it. It's undisputed that there's water all over portions of this land. So where exactly is this going to go? Obviously, the surrounding areas. They claim themselves that the soil's very permeable, so if it's been keeping the land seemingly somewhat dry in some areas, what do you think is going to happen when you cover that soil with home, roads, driveways, and all types of non-permeable surfaces? Reduced flow to Lake Tiny, so the flow rate lessens. And at the higher rate, it was still mushy, so the lower rate would result in what? Right? It would dry it up a little, but where's that water still going to go? Retained into those 4 little ponds, right? Well, they spill over. They're full right now. We haven't even had our rain yet. So when they spill over, where are they going to go? To the homes? Like I mentioned, y'all are building 50 home islands that in about 20 years, they're going to come here and say, why didn't you tell me I was going to lose everything I had? So ultimately, I ask, are you so certain that the surrounding areas will not be affected, that you guys will personally, all of you, take financial responsibility when it does happen? I don't think you will. Will any of you purchase a home in this? I don't think you will.
Michael Beckman, please.
These tell a different story. Look at them.
Clerk, did everybody get the pictures? Huh? They need to see them now, please? No, time stop, please.
Excuse me, what's going on here?
I provided in advance pictures.
When were you presented with a copy?
Very beginning of the meeting.
So
prior to
we don't have copies available for that? How many pages are there, Joyce?
6 pictures.
Can you just pass them down, starting with Commissioner King, and let everyone take a look at them? You brought 1 copy, sir?
All council has pictures, 7 copies for each council.
You can go ahead and pass those down. I'll wait for the last copy.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. Michael Beckman, licensed real estate broker for over 30 years. I've lived in this West Volusia since 1970. I'm the owner of Family Realty Rentals and Family Realty Properties. I've done developments. I've done stuff in this city and in this county. I'm here in opposition of approving this plat of Island Walk South. The property I own is at 2422 Lake Tiny Road, Deltona, Florida 32738. I'm the first house directly south of this project. And I've given you pictures at the previous council meetings before the storm, and it was being impacted. This is the result of Phyllis, thank you, for getting a pump out there to help the residents in this neighborhood dry out somewhat. We're still water. Those pictures that you currently have are from today. There's 4 pictures from November 7th, today, and 2 from the November 1st after the event. And that's the result of planning of this project. It's ridiculous. This is an article that was published in the Beacon. If you want more of this to be what the city image is, don't approve this final plat. Have them redesign it, have them do something. As the one commissioner said, they developed this thing, and now, sure, they're fine, but everybody down in that area is ridiculous. And this shows Lake Helen Osteen. It's still wet down there. And that lake, and again, I applaud Phyllis. She's helped us relieve some pressure. But those pictures, as of today, I've provided pictures prior to the storm and in the good days when there was no water. You see that watermark on that storage building in my motorhome that's gone? I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house as a rental there that the guys almost had to move out. And that's well above. I asked the engineer, from your northwest corner, wherever he went, he probably bailed out. Where is he? From the northwest corner down to the southeast corner, what's the elevation change? I guarantee you there's a major elevation change. And all that water is going to come off that subdivision, comes down Lake Helen Osteen Road, doesn't get caught in their little retention pond out front that they claim will catch everything. It's going to spill out, and it's going to cause problems. It's already causing problems down on Lake Helen Osteen Road. It's still wet in those retention ponds. So I'm here in opposition of approving this final plat until something gets figured out. And if it weren't for Phyllis, we'd be still underwater. And everything's dried out through most of the place, of course, with help again from Phyllis. I applaud her. And the pumps are still running down there, and we have another storm coming in. But this has to stop. It truly does. I'm in opposition of this final plat unless there's major revisions. And the headlines say, in the Beacon, Deltona pushes pause on development in flooded areas. Don't push pause. Nix these things. Island Walk North, the next one. I have a piece of property there that's being impacted. And I've done a lot in this city, and I hate to say it, but it's getting worse. It really is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Kathy Bryan, please.
Just from Kathy Bryan, Deltona, just from everything I've seen and heard about this, I'm in agreement. I think you should oppose it, and especially as it stands. I keep hearing a lot about, Ian being the big one, the 500-year storm. What is the 500-year storm? We won't have another one for another 500 years? Nope. Could have another one next month, next year, whenever. You've already got people underwater. This isn't the time to build as this is. You're just going to have it. You're just going to have it again. The other thing is, how often do they go assess the floodplains? Because in 4 or 5 years, that floodplain is going to change just based on the building and the changes in the runoff. And I don't care how many retention ponds you build to hold it, the water's eventually going to go somewhere. And if we have a big rain and have a rain where we're already saturated, where's the water's going to go somewhere? The other thing is that I say, homeowners, do your homework. If you stop buying in these areas, look around. Look at what's around you. Look what's upstream of you, because the water is going to keep flowing downstream and it's going to drain from somewhere. And we saw that happening live and in person. So do your homework before you buy. If you stop buying in these areas, maybe they'll stop building.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that's not a diss against the homeowners. I'm just saying people buy there because they think, oh yeah. They built it up, but you don't always realize when something's going to be built around you. So stop approving.
Adam Vasquez, please.
Good evening. Adam Vasquez, 707 Cloverleaf Boulevard. I'm actually up here tonight to talk about something similar about when you put fill dirt down and how it displaces water. I actually watched the commission meeting where this was talked about last time. I recall a young lady back here crying over this because her house is flooded because they put this dirt down. And I also recall it not draining. I learned a lot about the different basins in Deltona and how this particular community doesn't actually drain to other, the lakes, Lake Tiny and the other lake, they don't drain down to Lake Monroe. It's kind of closed off. So I'm not going to talk about why I'm actually here tonight. It's for another subdivision that you all put down with some fill dirt, and it's impacting my subdivision now. And we fully intend for the city to be responsible for that displaced water, even though we are a private community. But this community is doing the same thing. So I'm in opposition. And with the houses that flooded and the people who came here last time, I don't know how you guys can approve this and go home and sleep at night and know that they're probably going to flood again tomorrow when the 8 inches hits our area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Commissioner King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we vote, I just want to read what it says here in our agenda, page 2 of 3 on this subject. Quote, "The property is appropriately designed and constructed so that future development on the property will not be subject to flooding." We're only concerned about that property and the fact that it doesn't flood.
And if we vote basically just on that, we will be just telling our residents that live around there, we don't care about you. We just care about this new development. Because if you aren't going out there and looking at it, if you haven't walked out there and mushed up to your ankles in mud and so on, then, maybe you don't care about the rest of the citizens. But I live out there, and I do care, and I would like to see us make a good and right decision for the people that have been here for years already. So, and by the way, Ron, I had one other question, if I don't mind. It's okay? Am I okay? Ron, I'm not real sure where I saw it, but you can probably direct me. There was some statement made, maybe it was in the staff report or something, or maybe it was in here, that all of the infrastructure and everything for this place was put in prior to the storm coming.
Yeah, the stormwater infrastructure was put in.
Now, that is referring to what exactly?
The stormwater management system, also some of the piping and drainage, conveyance within the project itself. The roadways are not put in. I think the utilities are put in, or were put in before the storm came.
Okay, so then what did I see after the storm out on Lake Helen Osteen Road with the ditch witches and their direct boring pipe about this big into the ground? What is that?
When I went out to the field, I saw them working on a manhole, and I think that may be a sewer line, but do you all know?
That would be the force main. The force main, it was a green pipe, correct?
Okay, it was a black pipe.
Okay, then that is...
About this big around.
That's a directional bore probably, but it's for the force main that heads down to, what's that road down? Austin, I believe it is, because we have a lift station right there by the retention pond, number one, then it heads, I think it's... Northwest?
What is going on?
Oh, that's correct. Sorry about that. She was just clarifying something. So we have a force main that heads both directions, actually, because we're going under our driveway for any future connection the city may have. And then we went towards the east, also down where I think you were talking about. That would be the east, which is the force main.
Okay. Is that considered part of the infrastructure of the county or of the project?
Yes, that is correct.
So then that statement isn't exactly true, since that was all put in after the storm. So I was under the impression that we were kind of holding off on doing anything until we had further information about what was going on. But apparently that's not true, because I was out there several days and I saw them putting all that in. So here's my problem, okay? Here's my problem. When you tell me that all this was in before the storm, then I go, man, well, there might not be anything we can do about that. But when I go out there and I see that it's not put in and you're putting it in after the storm, when I think, and from what I understood, we were going to hold off to kind of see what was going to go on before we went any further, and infrastructure is going in, you kind of put the commission over a barrel, because now we've got more infrastructure going in on a project, and we go, oh man,
we have to approve this because they've got all this done. Oh, that's not good, but you know what? I think we got lied to. So you should tell us the truth straight out. Because when you don't, you look bad and you make us look bad. So it would have been a whole lot better to have said the infrastructure is not all in, but this is what still has to be done. And we've allowed them to put it in, or they're waiting. But now it's all in, so we're going to have to make a decision based on that. I hate being in that position. I think I'm being manipulated, and quite frankly, there's two things I hate more than anything else. One, I don't like being lied to, and two, I hate to be manipulated. And I feel like that's what's happening here. So that's my 2 cents. I'm done, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
Obviously, I'm not going to become somebody's friend tonight. So looking at flooding, all right, we can't blame the flooding in that area on you, because what I'd like to say is, when's the last time that area flooded over there? 2010, 2017, 1960s, there's many dates. 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Let's keep going, right? So I can't blame them, but I can say the city is aware that flooding on that Lake Helen Osteen, Lake Tiny, Graves, North, Normandy, all these areas, these are documented flooding zones. So yes, we did have a 100-year storm. We had a very high water table, okay? What does that tell us as a commission that sits up here? That we need to look at these critical areas and determine what can we do. And every year, we get a wonderful list given to us in our budget that says, oh, here's the millage rate, approve this list, and these are the projects that you're going to be able to get taken care of. Do we not get that every single year? And every single year, we sit here and go, oh, Dookie, what can we do here? Which projects do we do? Do we raise the millage rate? Do we not raise the millage rate? How many millions of dollars, you have it right there, Mayor? How many millions of dollars did we need to complete every project that's on that area? And how much would we have to tax to get this money? Millions of dollars. So it's a double-edged sword. It's not as easy as it looks up here. We have to choose, oh, resident A, don't raise my taxes. I can't afford even $100 a week. Resident B, I need to get this taken care of. Residents, it's not possible for us to sit up here and say, as much as I would love to, the decades of flooding that has taken place, which we have a spreadsheet list that says all these areas flood, but with your budget, with your millage, you have to only take care of these. And it stinks. Because I think if we all had a choice right now, we would have said, yeah, you know what, let's throw in that extra, how many million was it, Mayor? To hit the bottom of the list.
We generate $4.9 million in 2021 in stormwater projects. That's it. And everything in red isn't going to get funded.
How much did we need to complete all those projects?
$18,539,000.
So if everybody's okay with me raising the budget $18 million, $19 million, let's do it. Are we ready? It's not possible. And unfortunately, it's something that we have a very difficult task up here. I do see that we take advantage of, listen, let's look at the worst areas and reprioritize. But unless we can cough up $19 million somewhere, we're going to have situations, and we're going to continue to have situations that pop up. So I can't blame them, and I can't blame any of this staff out here, and I can't blame any prior commissioners, because we're only given so much money. And you can say it's not building houses, it's not doing this, it's building this house, it's not, okay? Because I guarantee all your houses, your person beside you didn't want your house built. And that subdivision across the street, they didn't want you to build your subdivision either. So this is nothing new, and I'm sorry to be the person up here that's just gonna lay it out straight. It's horrible, it's devastating. I wish it couldn't happen. I wish we could take it back, and I wish we could just snap our fingers and make it better. Now, a BPUD and this plat, just so you know, this wasn't Snickers out there. This wasn't a part of the RPUD, okay? This was started way before we even put the moratorium in. So we're not in violation of any moratorium out there. Madam Mayor, I would like to call the vote.
I have Commissioner King on the board, and then I would like to say two things, and then we will vote. We'll stop the commission comment. Commissioner King, did you're good? No, okay. So concerning the moratorium. Moratorium was taken effect July 1st, 2022. It's going to expire January 1st, 2023. It was the first 6 months, number one. So it hasn't been 6 months yet. So we're not in any violation. And also the moratorium, effective July 1st, 2022, anybody that had any of their plans in and were qualified by what staff determined, which was put in a public document, in a public meeting, those that were already in the queue were allowed to continue to develop. How long has your project been in development?
We've been at it, approvals have been 2 years.
So 2 years. So there was no talk of a moratorium 2 years ago when they went in the queue, when they started doing their project. So there is nothing shady or sketchy or anything about the moratorium that took effect July 1st, 2022. And they have been going at this for 2 years. So long before a moratorium was even discussed up here. Number one. Number two, sir, you made a comment about the church has an emergency pop-off. What is that? Can you explain that?
Based on what I understand from I think it was Volusia County, that if their ponds, I think, were designed for 25-year storm, so anything above that will pop out. They have a swale going out to Howland Boulevard. And then it went under the road to the other side of Howland Boulevard, and then went onto our property, and that's where we dug the pond.
You mean Lake Helen Osteen?
I mean, sorry, yes, sorry, wrong road.
Can you just explain that one more time so I can be clear on what I'm hearing right now?
Yeah, so when the church was designed, my understanding is they designed it for a 25-year storm, and then if a 100-year storm hits, they have that emergency pop-off. That will go, again, they have a swale that goes in front of their parking lot towards the road. That swale goes to the road to a under drain that goes under the road. Then it would go onto our site. And that's where we dug that one retention pond that I told you. It took approximately 7 acres off-site into our project, and we designed that pond to take that water.
So how much did they have the pop-off? Did they open it? Did the water come from that area into your thing, or you have no idea?
I have no idea. I mean, it's designed that...
It automatically does it?
Yes. It's like a weir for anything over 100 years, or over a 25-year storm, it would start coming out.
So considering this was more than a 100-year storm?
More than likely it came out, yes, ma'am.
And then where would that water have gone? Into your pond?
Yes, ma'am.
And did your pond perk or did your pond overflow?
That pond perked. To my knowledge, that pond never overflowed.
So your pond took
their water
Took their water on. And if you hadn't had that pond and there would have been no development, where would that water have gone?
It would have filled up and flooded the road in that area and went down towards, eventually as it fills up, water seeks the path of least resistance, it would have headed down to Lake Tiny eventually, after it raised up high enough to flow that way.
So That's really relatively interesting. As far as I can see, it's the first time we've ever heard of that. That the church has a pop-off, and that water would then flow into your pond. And if you didn't have a pond there, it would have flowed down to Lake Tiny. Is Lake Tiny a public lake?
That I do not know. I'm assuming it is, but.
Mr. Paradise? Can you answer that question concerning Lake Tiny?
According to the property appraiser's property ownership, there are several lots that are platted out to the middle of that. It is a privately owned lake.
So it's a privately owned lake?
Yes.
So what's the city's responsibility for that?
None.
Thank you. Mr. Sosa, Commissioner Sosa, and then we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, getting back to the pop-off valve. Now, you said that would only activate if the swells were full?
No, sir. What happens, so again, think of a retention pond. The pond's designed for a certain amount of water. Then what you have is you have a structure in that pond. It's not a pop-off valve. It's a structure. It's just a set at an elevation. And for a better word, think of it as a U shape. When the water hits that, that's what it was designed for. Anything over that's the emergency overflow. So once it hits the bottom, that crest, we call it, then it flows into the swale that leads it out to the roadway. And then under the road into the area, our side, for a better word.
Okay, because when I drove up and down that road several times, the eastbound lane was flooded, but the swales on that would be the north side, had no water in them.
Yeah, so this is the swale I'm talking about is only from their pond down to the road, and then it goes under the road. There's a pipe under the road at that one point, right in front of the church. And that's where we put our big, and I'm trying to think of, I think it's lot 4, next to lot 4. That's where we had that one big pond to take that water. And 7 acres off-site as well.
Okay, because a lot of times when I drove by there as well, the eastbound lane was still flooded, but the retention ponds on site were pretty much dry. Because I know I was talking to Mr. Collier on Little Court. His house was probably about 2-3 feet, deep in water, but the retention ponds were dry. So if those ponds were full, where did that water go? Did it percolate into the
perks out. Yes, sir, because those ponds, those 2 ponds in the middle have no outfall, so they perk out.
Okay, so they would...
No weir.
Okay, into Little Lake and...
No, they perk out into the aquifer.
Into the aquifer?
Yeah, into the groundwater.
Okay, would that have caused maybe that lake to rise? How does that work if that's already saturated in the aquifer?
I mean, technically it could have created the lake to come up, but based on the elevation that the city staff had, the 32, I think it's elevation 32.5, which is what the elevation they said that lake went to, your road in that area is around a 130, 131. So it would have went across the road, and that's why the road flooded. Our property, the elevation at that wetland is approximately 132, 133. So it would have never got onto our property, even if we didn't develop. That was pre-condition, so it wouldn't have flooded us. Does that?
Yeah. Now, what was the lowest level of your property, and how much of a change in elevation? What was the maximum change in elevation around the perimeter of the property?
That's hard to say. So one side is like 40. And one side, the lowest by the wetland, by the lake, was 30. So where we filled, the only area we filled is in the cul-de-sac near the lake, but we did not go into, I think we filled down to a 132 and a half, 132 area. So, we filled, again, on our property, outside the wetlands, and then we had our 25-foot buffer, and then that's where our fill started. But that fill went from about 3 to 4 feet.
3 to 4 feet?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. This is a resolution, so we don't need anything read. We've been through our process. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 4-3. Next item up is public hearing resolution number 2022-39, approval to transmit the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee 2022 Incentive Review and Recommendation Report. Mr. Paradise?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to request that this item be deferred to the 11/28/22. The reason being is because the report that was attached was a draft. It was not the final version. I'd like to, have the final version discussed.
What date, Ron?
That would be the 28th of this month. Is that correct, Joyce?
Yes, it'll be continued,
Yes.
date certain,
Yes,
to
the
November
28th.
28th, 2022.
Okay. You need a motion. We have a request for a continuance for item D. So we need a motion and a second to continue to time certain for November 28th, 2022.
Madam Mayor, I put my thing on there. I don't know if anybody else did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have it. Go ahead.
Before I do that, I got a couple questions. When I read through this, something stood out to me. And it said the state housing partnership, basically it was talking on how the Florida statute states that if we have somebody who's doing low-income housing, that they moved up in the list. Have you had anybody, let's say in the last year, have any projects that would be low-income housing come to the city?
Yeah, we had Habitat for Humanity come in for a building permit.
No other groups?
No, we haven't had any groups come in for a building permit.
Do what? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, how about a land trust?
We haven't had a land trust.
We have not?
For a building permit.
Okay, I'm not
No
asking for a building
conversation.
permit. This is basically stating that per the state statute, that if a developer or such brings a project to the city for low-income housing, that we're supposed to help them expedite this all the way through the process, help them get from point A to point B.
That
I
is correct.
specifically know of a project that for a year has been working to get rocking on this. And I think you know which project I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Okay. So I guess my question is, why in the world haven't we done that?
We have sat down with a couple of groups that have interest in this and explained to them the process. They have hired competent help, and we're hoping that they can go ahead and do what they need to do to basically get to the starting gate to start the race.
You want this for next weekend? Or next month? What's the date?
It would be the 28th, yes, ma'am.
I will make a motion to move this to the 28th.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, and second by Vice Mayor to move this to the 28th. May we vote, please? And Joyce, just it's 11/28/22. Okay, motion passes 6-0. So, Mr. Paradise, you have your instructions on that one. Now we'll move on to old business. 7A is a request for consideration of a contract for James V. Chisholm to serve as interim city manager. Mr. Fowler.
Yes, ma'am. After your selection of Mr. Chisholm, he and I met and reviewed a draft contract that his attorney had prepared for us, and we marked it up, or I marked it up anyway, and pretty much worked it out. I came back to you then, I think, at the following meeting and asked that the commission identify one of its members who would work with us to address the compensation components of the contract as opposed to the more mechanical components. We did have those meetings. You identified Commissioner McCool, and we did have meetings with her and Mr. Chisholm and myself. We then came up with the version which has been prepared and I believe has been presented to the commission for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Sosa? You're on the list, right? It just disappeared. Okay, sorry.
All right, first, I got to ask, how did we get here? Why are we even having to acknowledge this as a contract? I mean, this goes back, September 19th, John Peters tendered his resignation all the way to November 17th, I believe it was. And, in order to give us a smooth transition. And the city commission voted 4-3 to basically terminate him that night. I am getting asked by a lot of residents, why did we do that? And I myself did not take part in that. I voted to retain him to keep a smooth transition. I cannot speak for the 4 individuals that voted to terminate him that night. That is something they need to address. Okay? And then once again on September 19th, the city commission voted 4-3 to place Marcia Seagal George as the interim city manager instead of our deputy city manager, Stacy Kifalo. Once again, I got to ask why. I can't answer that. Only the 4 people that voted that way can answer that. I have no idea why we did that. Then, once her term expired, Marcia's term as interim city manager for 2 weeks, 2 days later, she suspends the deputy city manager. And I got to ask why. I've asked for public records request. I've asked for what kind of personnel issues had happened. There were 0. There are no public records requests. And I ask what happened, and I'm told this is a staff matter, mind your business. And I have a problem with that. This is not a staff issue. This is something that everybody should know what is going on. Just because now we might have pending litigation, you're not going to release records? I mean, that could be said for anything, that we will not release records because, hey, we might have potential litigation on this. That's wrong. So then once I made the comment that was Marcia legally the interim city manager 2 days after her term, Mr. Fowler, you said yes because we didn't say anything when she offered to do it for another week or 2, so therefore lack of consent equal consent. Does that make it legal, though?
That's not exactly what I said, but what you did do does make it
Excuse me.
legal.
How does it make it legal if we didn't vote on it?
Well, it would have been better if you had voted, but as I indicated when you asked the question the first time, the commission, when she offered to continue in her position that you had appointed her to, the commission acknowledged that by accepting it. Would it have been better had you voted? Yes, of course, but you didn't. And time has passed, and we can't turn the clock back.
Right, but we still have issues regarding this. And,
I'm sorry?
We still have a lot of issues regarding this that are just unanswered, and if they're unanswered, I have an issue with that.
Well, they have been answered, just not acceptably to yourself.
Well, I don't think it's just not acceptable to myself. I think it's not acceptable to a lot of residents out there.
Perhaps. It's entirely possible.
It is possible. I know. I talk to them all the time, and they're not happy with the way this played out. All right. Well, now, I have another question. At that time, we had a state of emergency, correct? Because of Hurricane Ian? And
we have a new one today.
Okay. Now, Deputy Chief Snyder was actually put in charge of basically running the city at that time, correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
He is Chief Snyder, and he has always been, the fire chief has always been in charge of the EOC during a state of emergency.
Okay.
He's not deputy, he's the chief.
All right. Now, I still have not gotten any answers as to why the deputy city manager was not appointed to this position, and I sure don't know why. I could speculate why. You know, she was put on suspended leave. So with that being said, you know, we can go to the interview process that happened for the interim city manager. That was a disaster. That was the worst process I think I've ever been involved in. I've stated that before. We put 14 candidates on a Zoom conference call, gave them 20 minutes, and they had pre-selected questions that were asked. If there was time, we could ask a question. That's not a legit interview. Not every 14 candidates should get the same questions. Certain candidates should get different questions. So, well, that brings us to today, where I'm reviewing, you know, the contract that Mr. Chisholm's proposed, and there's a lot of issues with it. We could go to one. We can go to section 2. These automatic renewals continue successive renewals options until either notice of intent not to renew. So basically, we're saying if we don't say do not wish, say the commission, we have a new commission in, because probably after tomorrow we may have 5 different commissioners up here. So if they don't stop this in 30 days or 6 months, then it automatically renews. Why is that not done by a resolution?
Commissioner, you can write them any way you want. That's the way that one is written.
Okay. I mean, that should be by resolution, not by automatic, renewal. So to me, that's problematic, and I have a big problem with that. Then we go to section A, 30-day notice. Mr. Chisholm, I could understand why you'd like a 30-day notice, especially what just happened, to John Peters. He was tendered his resignation, and next thing you know, he was voted to hit the road. So
that 30-day notice is 2 ways.
I understand.
You can make it, and I can make it.
Right, I understand. You should be able to make it, but the commission should be able to say just tonight by 4 to 3, that's it. We no longer require your services. Then we get down to section 4, compensation. You're asking for probably almost $400 more than the highest we paid John Peters after 2 years. That's per week, $400 per week more. So
He advised me that he had 30 years of experience where Mr. Peters had 2.
Well, also with that there, this is a part-time temporary position. It's not a long-term position. So
it is full-time.
It is short-term, temporary.
Term might be short, but the obligation is full-time.
Obligation is full-time, but it is a short-term position.
6 months.
Which brings us to, the city and interim city manager, entitled to all benefits that a full employee gets for the 6 months. Okay. I got a question. Do we provide, the city shall pay the full premium for full health, dental, vision coverage for the interim city manager and his wife. Do we pay that? Do we pay for anybody's spouses here in the city? No, we don't. We only pay for the employee. The spouse has to pay their own coverage, correct?
I believe the spouse can opt in for 50%. Am I correct in that?
But they don't get it for free.
No, I think they're allowed 50%. We pay 50% of a spouse. Is that correct for health insurance? Am I correct? No, I believe, sir, I believe, Commissioner King, that has always been the policy. We're one of the few cities that allows a spouse to opt in at 50%. Am I right? Is there anyone from HR here? No. So, yeah, that has always been the case.
Okay, but we're not giving her the option, even if that is the case, we're not giving the option of 50%. We're going to pay 100%. To me, that's problematic. What makes him better than the rest of the city staff? Okay. Then we go, let's see, the city shall provide the interim city manager with a vehicle, including insurance, maintenance, repair, fuel, the interim city manager's use without restriction of personal use. Now, are we going to buy a new car for him? Or are we going to take one out of fleet? Sir, are you buying a new car, or are you just taking one that we have extra in fleet? Okay. Well, whoever, Skip, do you know?
No, I don't.
I mean, what's the monetary limits on these?
Well, hopefully it would be reasonable.
His definition of reasonable. Okay. So, in my respect, that should be a big zero. Do what we did for Mr. Peters. You got a $400 monthly car allowance. I know, sir, you said none of this was negotiable when I first talked to you, but, you know, with that being said, I'm a no already. Let's see, the PTO, if you hear, you know, I have a problem with the 80 hours starting effective the date of the agreement. You know, I think that should be prorated in over the 6 months. It shouldn't be given exactly day one. I mean, you come in, you take 2 weeks off if you wanted to. I wouldn't say you do that, but you have that option if it's available. And then we get to section 7A. The city agrees to pay budget for reasonable travel and I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. I don't think it's spelled right. Expenses of interim city manager for official travel, meeting occasions to pursue necessary official functions. You know, once again, that's a short-term, you know, agreement. What other travel expenses should we need? I mean, what other travel expenses? So, I mean, why would we have that in there? To me, that should just be taken out, too. Then we get to section 9, the whole liability provision, the whole section, A, B, C, D, and E, got to go, because basically what you're saying, you have zero accountability for anything that happens in the city. I mean, whether something happens, your fault, my fault, nobody's fault, you're not going to take any blame for it. I have a big issue with that. And then, Mr. Fowler, if you could please explain section 10A to me, because I didn't quite understand that one.
I don't have it in front of me, Commissioner. What does it say?
Hey, you want to take a look at it and read it for yourself, or?
Well, you can read it out loud, and I'll explain it unless it's lengthy.
It says, other terms and conditions for employment. The city, only upon agreement with the interim city manager, which shall not be unreasonable, withheld, and which may comport with generality, accepted public management practices and principles, and reasonable performance standards, shall fix any such other terms and conditions of employment, comma, as it may determine from time to time, comma, relating to the performance of the interim city manager, provided such terms and conditions are not inconsistent with or in conflict with the other provisions of this agreement, the city charter, the code, the city code, or any other law. No evaluation covered in section 2.
So the city's in charge of the terms and conditions, except when they're inconsistent with the specific provisions.
Could you explain a little bit more simpler, sir?
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm sorry you just got that. If you'd have told me this a few hours ago, we could have gone over it in detail.
Yeah. But third, well, we'll skip that. And the last one I had here, time is of the essence as the lawful performance of the duties and obligations contained in this agreement. The parties covenant to and agree that they shall diligently and expeditiously pursue their respective obligations as set forth in this agreement.
You'll do your job quickly and diligently.
So that means I have to vote on this today so we get him rolling?
Well, you can't vote on it tomorrow, Commissioner.
Well, I sure can't vote on it the way it sits today. And
That's
sir,
up to you.
Mr. Chisholm, you said you're
You can vote
non-negotiable
no,
on any of
or
that?
you can vote yes, or you can abstain, I guess.
No, I don't abstain. It'll be a yes or no.
Then you can vote.
I will vote.
Okay, see, I knew you would.
It may not be the vote that Mr. Chisholm wants, but Mr. Chisholm, and you, sir, you are not flexible in any of this?
Residents can vote tomorrow.
I have negotiated.
Excuse me.
What?
Please, this is a discussion between a commissioner and the manager. Public comment will be after the commission talks.
I think I negotiated in good faith with a member of the board that you selected to be negotiating. And I'm not willing to negotiate again with you in a public forum. And that's inappropriate for you to ask it, and it's certainly not appropriate for me to perform that task in here.
Okay. So is this something maybe we should table to the next meeting where we have an opportunity for potentially 5 new members of the commission up here to actually sit down, do a workshop and discuss this, with the interim city manager? I hereby move to table item number
7A.
I hereby move to continue item 7A till November 28th, until it gives time for the new city commission to review the request of Mr. Chisholm as our interim city manager.
Motion on the floor to continue to November 28th, 2022. Motion made by Commissioner Sosa, seconded by Commissioner King. May we vote, please, on this motion for continuation? There is no public comment on a continuation at this point. It is a continuation. This is a motion to be made to continue this item to the 28th of November. And the motion fails 4-3. Okay. Commissioner Sosa, are you good? Done? Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to clear up a couple of things here, and I was sitting in there, and of course—
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yes.
I'm going to ask one more time. We cannot hear up here when there's discussion in the public. If you can please give us the courtesy of hearing Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And sitting in this room, I will tell you that this is how I walked into this room to these negotiations, and I'm going to say it as succinctly as possible. Walking into this meeting, we had already, by a 4-3 vote, chosen Mr. Chisholm as interim city manager. We did so without a compensation package on the front end of this, so there was no benchmarks as to walk into this meeting. No benchmarks. The benchmarks that I had walking into this meeting were a couple of things. The 2020 survey of all city managers in the state of Florida. Crap ton of pages right here, crap ton of information to go through, things to think about the city, conditions of the cities, which these city managers were on. So I'm more than happy to have a copy of this if you want. Just let me know. That was number one. Number two, I had not seen this until a little bit before this meeting, walking into this meeting. So those are the two conditions already. No compensation package mentioned walking in. I knew of his historical compensation package, and walking in with the 4-3 vote for Mr. Chisholm. And going down this contract here, the first stopping point for me are my notes. These are my notes from the original sitting in. You're welcome to these also, okay? Because I could not pass these, share them, or anything until, before the meeting. First thing that I had a problem with was the agreement date, the term of the agreement being 6 months and then moving toward 6 months. And the reason that I agreed to this term here in Section 2 was that if we were unhappy in 30 days, a new commission was walking in, the commission had to give him 30 days to write in writing in 30 days and get him and have his contract terminated. We sat down and we did the schedule of how long it was going to take to bring a new city manager in here, and it's going to be right up to 6 months. So I don't have a problem with those conditions. I know that some people do. There again, you weren't sitting in the meeting. I was armed with the information that I had. So that was my first concern. My second concern is that I asked from time to time to have some of the more hazy things explained to me. I really just stopped on the section of the compensation package, and I had a problem with the amount of the actual compensation, and therefore went from $112,000 to $87,000, which would have brought it up to, I believe it was $174,000, commensurate with the experience, and a little bit more, or right at what Mr. Peters was making. The second is the city shall pay full premium for health, dental, and vision coverage for the interim city manager and his wife. And I will tell you in all transparency that I had scribbled something that was indecipherable to me, and I touched base again with Mr. Chisholm today to clear that up, and it was because that was incentive. And we incentivized that so that he would come here and do this job. Going on through the FRS and the private pension system, there was nothing that I found too hard to swallow there, but when we came down to the hours of work, leaving holidays, I went into the 2 weeks of vacation time, the 80 hours of vacation time. We are right here at Christmas and Thanksgiving. Mr. Chisholm stated that he had already made vacation plans, and so, okay. The general business expenses, when we go on down, when we talk about that, the city agrees to budget for and pay for reasonable, and in my writing was business only, travel expenses of the city manager for office travel and necessary functions of the city, okay? With those expenses, I went back up to item D when we talked about providing the interim city manager with a vehicle without restriction of personal use, which I should have clarified and probably did not. I did not know that Mr. Chisholm would be taking a cross-country trip on the taxpayer's expense. So I have issue with that if that is so, but I did not believe it to be so after having conversation with him regarding that very thing. So when we go to the liability provisions here, which a lot of people had problem with the whole Section 9, is that we talk about the standard of which the acting city manager at any given time is covered under the general provisions of our insurance carrier. And we all know that we have had issues before with our city managers, and we have a rich history of that. As we traveled through the contract, I will tell you what I had in mind here. First of all, that, again, we had gone into this without providing a compensation package to begin with. Second of all, we discussed in that meeting the toxicity at current with the city of Deltona, that being equally resident and commissioner participation in the toxicity. And we talked about having someone qualified in the position at this very time. So it was my underlying feeling, and it still remains my feeling today, that of course this is going to look very different tomorrow, and that if it is the will of the new commission simply has to write that they would like something else to happen within 30 days. De facto is that there needs to be somebody at the helm, because I will tell you this, during my tenure as a commissioner, during what has transpired over the last couple of months, and having lack of leadership, and when I say that it is still my belief that we should have never let go of the prior city manager. That's my own personal belief, though, and I have to do what the will of the commission is, and I was voted differently, 4-3 vote. So if it is the will of the new commission, I'm sure that they will do something else also within 30 days. So, and the best judgment that I have is my experience as a commissioner, not a contract negotiator, in my experience of sitting in the midst of a bunch of toxicity, I did what I thought was best for my residents right now at the current moment. I can't think for the next commission, okay? And you could, tonight, I mean, it's like you said, the landscape changes tomorrow. But I am one vote up here. Mr. Chisholm has been very adamant about what the terms of his contract would be. Our city attorney sat down with him and wrote the initial contract. And so I stand willing and ready to answer any of my constituents and look you in the face and tell you that I did the very best that I could with what I had. Now, if you're getting voted in, you can come back here and change it. If you're a contract expert, if you are whatever, you can come back in here and change this. But for right now, I am good with my decision, and I stand by my decision, and until this changes, that's not going to change. So that's my statement on this matter, and I have to abide by what the majority has chosen, and that's what I will be doing as your sitting commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McCool, Commissioner King, and then Commissioner Bradford.
Mr. Chisholm, you might have 17 years of experience, but I'm sorry, sir. I would be willing to sit down and talk about this, but you've made it very clear tonight that you don't intend to move from where you are. So no matter what anybody says up here tonight, seems like to me you're going to get whatever you want. And I think that's too bad for the city. It's very bad for the city. At least the last gentleman we had would bend and give and take. But now we put somebody in position that says this is the way it is, and if you don't like it, too bad. So let me go down my list. Sir, you're here. We give you 6 months. At the end of 6 months, we do an evaluation. Depending on how that evaluation works, we'll determine whether you're going to stay here another 6 months. And if you don't like that, well, maybe you should go. The last guy we had was happy to have an evaluation and see where he stood and what he could do different or better. It doesn't sound like you want to do that. I believe there should be an evaluation. There should be every 6 months for as long as the commission decides to keep you, or until we get a permanent city manager. When it comes to compensation,
Jane Shang, who was a permanent hire as a city manager, not an interim, she didn't make this much money when she started. And I don't see why, even with experience, you think that you should come in and take more than any other manager of this city has ever taken before. I mean, really? That's just, it's ludicrous. Asking for $87,400 for 6 months. That's $174,800, so let's call it $175 plus. Now, if you'd have come in and said $75,000, I might have said, oh, that's not so bad. But sir, you got a history, a 17-year history, and I have news for you. Not all of that 17 years is good history. But you got a 4-3 vote, so you're here. By the way, we did have one candidate who all of us agreed on, but 4 people wanted you. You're in there. Entitled to benefits of a full-time employee. Well, you're here full-time, but you're only here short-time. So I'm not sure how that plays out. I'm not sure that there isn't something that should be less than full-time for all of the benefits, or at least they should come to you the way they come to everybody else. You're not that special. As far as your health, dental, vision coverage, sir, I don't know any company, I may be wrong, but I don't know any company that gives their dependents free coverage. They cover their employees, and other people, those employees, if they want to cover their benefits or their dependents, they pay for it. And you're no better than anybody else. You pull your pants up the same way I do, and everybody out there. You're not that special. Private pension, I'd like to know exactly what that is. You want us to dump money, you want us to pay you $78,400 every 6 months, and you want us to dump a whole bunch more money into a pension? Skip, would you like to explain to me what that is exactly?
Skip.
Is he sleeping?
I'm sorry. No, I was listening. I didn't realize you were talking to me, Commissioner. I'm sorry. Well, would I explain what?
Explain to me what a private pension plan is and why we're putting money into a private pension plan.
The FRS is the plan the city has currently.
Okay.
And along with that, there is ICMA retirement program, which is a deferred comp program. And all I'm saying is make the payment to the deferred comp instead of to ICMA.
Mainly because retired already, sir?
I mean, pardon me?
Aren't you retired already?
Yeah, I am.
So you're retired and you have a pension fund that you're drawing money from?
Not now, I was.
Okay, you were.
Yeah.
So now we're going to add money to the pension fund since you're working.
That's correct.
For us, and you're not retired anymore.
That's correct.
Okay. When I worked for Florida Power and Light, we had subcontractors. They were people that didn't get benefits, except they got paid a lot of money. And so I'm not real sure why we can't hire an interim city manager in that type of a capacity where we're paying you a lot of money, but we're not having to pay you all the benefits that we have to pay our employees. 5D, interim city manager with vehicle including insurance, maintenance, repair, and fuel for the interim city manager's use without restriction of personal use. Sir, that's a joke. That's a joke. You have a vehicle, use your vehicle, and get a fuel allowance just like our other city managers have done, and that's that. For you to ask us to pay for your insurance and your maintenance and repairs on a vehicle because we're giving you that vehicle, we shouldn't have to give you the vehicle in the first place. So that stuff ought not to be in there. We ought not to be paying anything for that. You want to use a vehicle when you're here, that's fine. Drive around the city, see what needs to be done, go someplace, come back, drop the car off, drive your car home. That's fine. I'm reading my own notes. City business only. None of this not any restrictions on personal use. Hey, I've been here for 4 years. I wish you'd have given me a vehicle. I'd have driven it to, the restaurants in the evening and, the theater and places I wanted to go. It saved me a lot of fuel, a lot of money. Of course, I'm not making $187,400 either, but that would have been nice. Let's skip over a couple of them. Section 7, sir. A, city agrees to budget for and to pay for reasonable travel and subsistence expenses of the interim city manager for official travel, meetings, and occasions to pursue necessary official functions of the city. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But that's contradictory to what you have up here in 5D, which says we're going to give you a car and you can go wherever the heck you want and we're going to pay for everything. They contradict each other. Well, some of us, when we go to work someplace new, even if we planned a vacation somewhere, we can't take that vacation because we just took on a new job. We don't get to say, go into the boss and say, oh, well, I'll just, I already planned this vacation, so I need to take off this time because I've already planned it. No, you just don't go if you're a new hire. We have to earn our hours off, our personal time, our sick time. But heck, 10 days vacation it'd take me a year or better to get 10 days vacation. And by the way, Section C, 6C, interim city manager shall ensure that the city commission is apprised of any occasions during which time there'll be away or unavailable to accomplish his day-to-day activities, and make sure that there's somebody suitable, why is that in parentheses, of suitable position and stature. Are we going to have to look around for another person that's got 17 years of experience in order to stand in while you're gone? We have a deputy city manager that ought to be in your position now. And by the way, she should be back already. Because I'll tell you another lie. I was told by the interim city manager before you, Mr. Chisholm, that as soon as she was no longer the interim city manager, that our deputy city manager, Stacy Kifalo, would be back to work. And she's not there. Apparently you and she had a conversation and you decided to keep her out until after the investigation into her mishap. But you know what? There's always two sides to everything. Maybe Marcia Siegel George ought not to be here until Stacy comes back, because she's the other side of that little scrap. So if there's anybody that sits in your place, in my opinion, it should be our deputy city manager, Stacy. And if we have to vote on this tonight, I guess you know how I'm going to vote.
Commissioner Bradford.
Commissioner McCool, I don't envy you. You took on this task, charged by this commission, to negotiate the contract. And like you said, you had your notes, which I trust. I trust you're a pretty tough cookie. You know, I appreciate you bringing it down. I appreciate that he's not asking for a golden parachute. There's a lot of things in the contract that I'm sure you probably made a lot better. And I want to say thank you. So you want to compare this to prior commissioners, okay, and the dollar amount. Let's just talk about that. You nailed it, attorney. 27 years experience as a city manager. So anybody go try to apply for a job and say, hey, I want to apply for the president of this company. I don't have any experience, but what? And I want to make the same amount of money as a qualified city manager does. You know what they're going to say? Get out. But yet, we've actually paid the last two interims an over-budgeted salary, I'm going to say, didn't have the experience as an interim manager, and now we have somebody qualified and we want to compare it. There is no comparison to me of a total 27-year experience to somebody who's never had experience as a city manager. Okay, first of all, you can't get the knowledge as you do with an experienced city manager. But, you know, I have to respect my peer that took the time out, read through the information, did what she had to do, and negotiated this contract to present back to us. So even if there's items in here that I might be a little iffy on, I trust that with the contract there was some give and some take. And that's what you did. And I trust that you did that. And, you know, with that said, I move to approve the contract with Mr. James V. Chisholm as interim city manager and authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Commissioner Sosa. You're done, Commissioner Bradford? Yes. Commissioner Sosa?
Okay. Well, let's go back to the last interim city manager. I didn't vote to overpay him. I voted against what we voted on. I said no. I thought he was being overpaid. I think Mr. Chisholm's being overpaid. Even if he's got 17 years of experience, it's a temporary position. And Ms. McCool, I'm not sure, did you vote yes to hold off to November 28th to renegotiate this contract? So that means in your gut, can I just assume that you feel that we need to modify this?
I feel deeply that there is going to be a new commission sitting up here, and from what I understand, have different feelings and need input on who and how this is done. That is my hesitancy, even being the one that negotiated this contract. Because Mr. Chisholm has all the experience that we talked about him having. He was voted in by a majority. That was the will of the commission to do that, okay? This commission is not going to look the same as the next commission. And it can change within 30 days. That's what needs to be driven home, is that the next commission coming in, if they so choose, can give written notice for 30 days for this city manager to, but I want to ask you this. We have already, Mr. Peters is gone, right? Mr. Peters is gone. We still have Stacy Kifalo, who in not digging into personnel matters, but I still believe should be here. She was qualified. She should have stepped up. Mr. Cooper did the same thing. That's neither here nor there. Those are my personal feelings. She's qualified. But that wasn't what was voted on, and it has now become a personnel matter. The way that this has evolved, it's become a personnel matter when the acting or the interim city manager levied accusations at her that turned into a personnel matter that I have been reminded is none of my business, right? Like, that's not my commission job right now. And I do not want in my position to, have issues with malfeasance or misbehaving. That has happened before, and I've spoken about that concern. So I am reality-based in the fact that this is where we are. Okay, that Mr. Chisholm is who is sitting in that seat right now, and this contract is the very best that I could do given the information, and it is my belief that Mr. Chisholm would walk and whether that be or not, that Mr. Chisholm will walk in absence of the terms that we negotiated in this contract, and he was very, very adamant about the terms that are here in this contract. So, sir, I mean, there's a lot at play right there. You saw what my vote was, and so to answer your question, you are correct, sir, in that assumption.
All right, thank you. I'll get back to what you said with Deputy City Manager Kifalo. It's a personnel issue now, and it's none of our business. But unfortunately, when there's that appearance of corruption going on within City Hall, that makes it my business. That's right. Sorry to say, I'm out here to represent the residents, and when I get that vibe, I'm not usually wrong, and that makes it my business. So, Mr. Fowler, what would happen if we did not approve this contract tonight?
Ask Mr. Chisholm.
Well, candidly, Commissioner, it will be hard for me to say, because what you're really asking me is, how will Mr. Chisholm react to that failure to make a decision? Could you postpone it? Yes, of course you could. Would that be acceptable? That remains to be seen.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner King, and then we're going to go to public comment.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Okay, would you please read the list of public comment, and then we'll begin with public comment?
Madam Mayor, there are 6 public comments. Randy White, Jeff, Albert Bryant, Kathy Bryant, Pat Gibson, and Megan M. Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. Let me go ahead and look into my crystal ball here, and it's going to be a 4-3, right? The same 4. Commissioner McCool, totally understand what you were saying, your thought process behind saying you'll just bring it as it is, that in 30 days a new commission can change it, but here's the problem. It's too late by 30 days. Why? Because residents will be on the hook for all his personal driving between now and then, including the holiday travels he'll be spending. We'll be on the hook for 80 hours of PTO. I mean, the list goes on and on about what we would be on the hook for day 1. So 30 days does make a difference. Regarding Commissioner Bradford with the no golden parachute, that's because he's flying in on it, not out. That's the difference. There's a golden parachute, it's just coming in. I've sent you guys all my emails regarding my thoughts on this to break down. Everybody's seen it online. And I know that it's going to be completely pointless because 1, 2, 3, 4 have already made their decision long before. It doesn't matter what this contract says. I mean, it could have said that he's going to require all of us up there to wear pink tutus. You would have agreed to it. That's the sad part. It doesn't even matter what this says. You 4, Bradford, Avila, Vasquez, Herzberg, and Ramos. You 4 are in sync all the time. This the same 4 lockstep. No matter what gets said up here, and even if you try to be like, well, I understand it. To me. That's usually not in a contract, and I had that contract reviewed actually by a state agency. They also felt red flags. Did anybody else have this reviewed by anybody else at all? Compare it to other current contracts, perhaps? Nothing. I never got a response from anybody on my email requesting if there is a current procedure or guideline in place when it comes to our interim city manager position. It's something that seems to happen a lot here, so I would assume there's some type of guideline. If not, well, again, sounds like a failure because who is supposed to be creating those processes and procedures? That'd be you guys. So if we've already seen this several times and there's still no process and procedure, that's a problem. I honestly can't get over the liability section. I can't. I could go on about the rest of it, but like I said, you guys have already received my emails, and I know each of you have already made your decisions anyhow. So good luck tomorrow on Election Day.
Jeff, please.
All political power is inherent in the people. The enunciation herein of certain rights shall not be construed, understand, people not be construed to deny or impair others retained by the people. Problem is, we have 3 people who listen to the people, and we have 4 people who are being controlled by some interest that we need to dig into. Now, as far as what he has asked for in his contract, number one, I think it's very curious. It sounds like actually Skip wrote the contract. Did you write the contract? Or did he have his own private attorney bring that to you? Because if you did that, that sounds like a conflict of interest. You are supposed to be representing them, not him. He is a political parasite. What does a parasite need? A host. Now, my favorite symbiotic relationship between parasite and host are sharks, because they remind me of you 4. Sharks that have to have little parasites that come along and eat the crud that you leave behind. You're sharks. None of you give a damn about the will of the people. We told you meetings before this, we don't want him. What do? Who is controlling you? You're not coming to this decision on your own. You think we're stupid, but we're not. You are being controlled. And I think that probably a lot of us out here, we know exactly who is controlling you. Y'all should have your little red hats on. For what reason do they want him? What is he going to do for them? Oh, is he going to just give them everything he wants? Is that because that's why you sent Stacy home? Don't think there wasn't collusion behind that. That's why you had to have John Peters out of here right now, because he stood in the way of the people that control you, the sharks. So you had to bring in your own parasite. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to suck off the blood of the taxpayers in this city. That's what parasites do. Yes, I am calling you a parasite. I'd like to know if you even know what it was I just read. Because if you don't know that very simple thing, you don't qualify to be a receptionist in City Hall. But I'll bet you don't know that very thing that I just read. I'll bet most of you, I guarantee the 4 sharks don't know. Guarantee you the 4 sharks have no idea. Because you've all forgotten that we are a constitutional republic, which means that you listen to the people and then you make your decisions based on what we tell you. Not on what one person tells you or one small group tells you. The people that put you there, you are elected. They are appointed. And we all end up getting the shaft by the people that get appointed. The Jane Shangs, the Coopers. Cooper, who thought the Constitution was merely an opinion. And y'all kept paying him. For his, who thought the Constitution was an opinion. We all know who the sharks are, and the sharks have got to go. All of you.
Thank you. Albert Bryan, please.
Got a piece of coal I can borrow?
Albert Bryan, Deltona. Let's see here. He demands something, and y'all jump. Okay, I got that part of it. But let's see here. Is FSR 27% equivalent to ICMA? Oh, just like usual, silence. Okay. Compensation, $87,400 for 6 months, $174,800 for a whole year. That puts him in the range of, oh, that's right, the one that was an outlaw, Jane Shine. Okay, now let's see here. That doesn't include all the top shelf perks. With all the top shelf perks, it puts him almost at the highest paid in all of Central Florida. And this is a guy who was run out of Daytona Beach for, oh, that's right, multiple lawsuits. Okay, so let's see here. We have a vehicle paid for by citizens. So does that mean that we get to drive it around? No, that's right, because we'd have to have a chauffeur's hat for that, wouldn't we? Okay. But, you know, I heard a lot so far about compensation, but what worries me more is the pension. 27% into FSR. You know what that works out to, people? Out of 87,000? Oh, that brings that up another $27,000. So when you talk about a golden parachute, no. This is better than gold. Trust me. It's fairy dust. But let's think about this, really think about this for a minute, because we already know, like people have said, this is a foregone conclusion. But what I would like to see added to this is just one sentence, that if the next commission doesn't want him within 2 weeks of being sworn in, we don't owe him 1 red cent.
Thank you. Kathy Bryan, please.
How did you go?
Kathy Bryan, Deltona. I made notes. I went through the contract, but I'm not going to bother with that. I'm glad that nobody up there has any issue spending my money and spending my money on absolutely nothing. I think I discussed last time that Mr. Peters is still getting paid. Stacy's still getting paid, so far as I know. And again, that if Mr. Chisholm doesn't stay, we've got up to 6 weeks of paying him for nothing. That's my money you're spending. And I really think, and I really don't care what he feels about it, but you've got a brand new commission coming up. At least half of you, at the minimum, are not going to be here. At least half of you. Stop wasting my money. That's my money. There's a lot of loopholes in that contract, a lot of loopholes, and I'd rather see it. I'm sorry you guys dissolved the, denied the vote to table it until the next commission comes in, but I think a little more time needs to be spent looking at some of those things. I'm sure you're good, but I don't know if you're worth everything in there.
Thank you. Pat Gibson, please.
Hi, haven't been here in a while. The one thing that really got me was you helped him write the contract? Don't you work for us?
I don't speak that way, I can tell you that.
I don't give a shit.
Enough,
My time to speak. You are the 4 most disappointments I've ever seen in my life to even consider a contract like this. That he's held liable for nothing. Giving him a vehicle with an ultimate gas card to do whatever he wants. Who in the hell comes into a job and gets 8 weeks of PTO? Benefits paid? What about the people? You got blinky lights outside. People's homes are flooded. You sit there and let's build more, but you won't fix the problems of the city. But you want to hand everything out. Why? Because these people are helping you with your campaigns and putting money back into your coffers? What about the people here? You took the job for the people. That man is not, I don't care what I don't know Chisholm. I don't care to know him. He is not worth it. 150 grand would be enough. You have 2 managers right now for this city being home right now paid. You sent the smartest man in the room home during a hurricane. And you put that piece of shit other attorney in charge who got let go from Fort Myers over negligence over Irma? Really? I hope all of you lose. Anita, you're the biggest disappointment.
Thank you. Megan M., please.
Good evening. Upon hearing that McCool was actually doing the contract negotiations, I was hopeful until I read an article that said she basically had no way to budge at all on anything. I think that you guys have forgotten who your bosses are. It's me, it's them, it's the people that are in this city. You're not your own boss here. Your job is not to represent yourself. Your job is not to represent one of these people. Your job is to represent us, and you guys have lost that along the way. It is gone. In sitting here tonight, I have seen Victor's face, I have seen Maritza's face, I've hardly seen your face, and I see only your face when you're looking up and you're looking at people smugly. We're your bosses, like that or not. That is what you took on to represent us. I started a job where I had benefits right away. I get that. But there are some things to the point you can't even answer. The attorney can't even answer, and you're going to vote on that? That's not even like an integral issue. That's like a whole different, completely not competent to do your job issue. How do you vote on something you can't answer the questions for? Anybody? Crickets, like always? That's what I thought. So in conclusion, remember who your bosses are. It is absolutely absurd that there's always a 4-3 vote here and no one ever wavers. None of you guys sit there and listen to the time we take from our families, from our young children putting them to bed tonight, to be here to speak, and you guys poop on us immediately by voting the way you're going to vote. It doesn't matter that any of us come here. It doesn't matter that any of us speak. This is our city too. We live here. We pay our taxes. You guys are sitting there on my dime and my vote. Act it. Pay attention when people are speaking. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Be respectful. You sit there and you ask everybody out here for courtesy. Do us the same.
Thank you. Gloria? Gloria Ford, please.
Well said.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Ford. I live in Deltona. And I have been sitting at home watching the meetings for, the last 2 years? 2 years? 2 years. But I'm a resident here for the last 21 years, 22 maybe. Since 1999, we bought here. And I have spoke up on this podium before. It was years ago when Mayor Mulder was sitting right up there. And so that was quite a time ago. But I stay at home and we watch the meetings, and I just cannot believe the things that I see. And it's consistent. It's a 4-3 vote, always the same. Always Maritza sometimes saying, oh, what are we voting for? Oh, how should I vote for this one, Mayor? And it's true. Look back at the old meetings. You'll see it. She's gotten better, though. She makes her motions. Commissioner Bradford, I actually did respect Commissioner Bradford when she came on. She was seemed to be listening to the constituents. And then there was a time it took a turn, and she became the 4. Unfortunately. I do want to get to this pension thing because I thank Dana McCool for taking your time and being a part of it, but I have to say, you were doomed from the start. You know, I felt confident with you going in, and I still do because I respect you, and I know you worked your hardest. And then Commissioner Bradford supports that because she wants to justify why they're going to agree on this contract with a 4-3 vote, because she's just throwing it on Dana. That's not fair. Dana did her best. She doesn't agree with this contract. In her heart of hearts, she wanted to postpone this till the 28th. Commissioner Sosa, thank you for making that motion. It was a right motion. It was a good motion to do. I got my tax bill, and my taxes went up a considerable amount. And that's unfortunate. And here we are with a city attorney who doesn't know how to answer questions. When we lost John Peters, questions were asked about his contract. I was the citizen who looked it up and answered it for Marcia because Marcia didn't have the answer. I videoed it and posted it and said, yes, you guys did agree on John Peters' latest contract. Commissioner Sosa asked for an answer by a certain commission meeting. Never got the answer on what the full contract was. Still didn't get the answer. Did you ever give him the answer?
Of course.
We don't even know. We still don't know because I watch every meeting and I never saw the answer. Well, let's see. I think I covered everything. But I don't agree. Oh, and is the city manager going to live here? Shouldn't he? That's all I got.
Thank you. Virgil Ford, please.
My name is Virgil Ford. I live in Deltona. I just want to talk about Mr. Chisholm's stipulations in his contract, specifically the health insurance benefits. Add that on to what he's already going to be making. I would venture a guess between him and his wife is probably $1,000 or more a month. All right, let's talk about the car. Are there any stipulations of when you can and can't use that car? If you want to go to the bar, can you use that car? Can anybody answer that? I think there needs to be some limitations on the use of the vehicle. Sheriff's Department people take their cars home, but there's stipulations on what they can and can't do with that car. Well, that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara D. Erico, please.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Tara D'Erico, Deltona. So in reviewing the contract and everything we talked about tonight, just a few things to consider is it's my understanding it's a temporary employment agreement, and the concern is that by making certain concessions now, we may be setting a precedence for what future city managers may expect, so that's just something to keep in mind. As far as the company vehicle, I have no issue providing a vehicle because you are going to be using it on company, on city business. However, residents have expressed a concern with the statement of without restriction of personal use, and I think we've heard that a few times tonight. So I've worked for many companies, and I've had company cars assigned to me through many companies, and typically there are some parameters. The gentleman before me had said some parameters for personal use. There's either a mileage restriction, or a per month mileage restriction, and then if it goes over that, you've got to pay, or there's typically you pay a fee. You pay a personal use fee. So perhaps maybe that's something we can look at to consider to just offset the cost to the residents. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Robert Trombetta, please.
Robert Trombetta, 439 Golden Arm Road. Really short, very short.
Mr. Chisholm, I apologize. I'm embarrassed for the way people have talked to you today. It's a disgrace. You don't even, I mean, I'm embarrassed. I can't believe some of you people act like you're holier than thou, and then you treat a person who's just basically taken a job, and he negotiated, and you're going to decide if it's up or down, and you have that right. But to call them names and stuff, it's just disgusting. The people back here, I just want to say that I come to these meetings, and the people back here talk like they are the citizens of Deltona. Well, I got to tell you, they aren't the citizens of Deltona. Yeah, they're each and every one of the citizens, but they're not the majority. They act like you aren't speaking for the people. Who are they? They're a bunch of blowhards. That's who they are. I respect everybody up there for the job you do, and you make tough decisions. And to be honest, most of the votes are 7-0. But my goodness, thank you for doing the job that you're doing. Thank you for taking this godforsaken job. They're not even paying you enough to take this job with the group of people behind me who are constantly, all they do is bitch. There is not one thing that this group of people can do that they won't find something wrong with. And some of them have to be up here pontificating like they're somebody. And guess what? They're nobody. They're just one of us. They're just one of us citizens, just like me, just like the other 90,000 people in this town, in this city. So please take the job, do the job, the best job for 6 months. We need to get this, we need to get a lot of things straightened in this city with the staff. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This ends public comment.
Okay, so Commissioner King, Commissioner Bradford, are you still on the board?
I think one of the things that we need to consider in the future is, and I've already mentioned it earlier this evening, is not getting the cart before the horse. And we do it too often. I wouldn't even put in a resume somewhere or apply for a job if I didn't know what my duties were going to be or how much money I was going to make or things like that. And I don't see why we continue to do things the way we've always done them when they're backwards. Why don't we come together and say, we need to look for a city manager or an interim city manager, and these are the terms that we're willing to go with, and these are the duties we expect them to do, and this is the compensation that we're going to give them, and these are the benefits that we're going to present to them. And then we'll put out an offer to people and let them respond to that and see who applies. We do it backwards. And now we accept somebody, we vote on it, and we've got somebody, and now we have to go and approve terms of a contract that maybe we don't agree with. Maybe if we did it the other way around, we'd be able to agree on more things, because everybody would have some idea or expectation of what was to come. But we continue to do things backwards. And I think that's something that, for the new folks coming in, need to think about, and we need to find out what, or either create some policies and procedures for things that apparently either we don't have, or we've just done them a certain way for so long, we think it's the only way to do it. And I know from experience that there's 100 ways to do a job and complete it and do it right. There's not just one way. And we can't just continue to go on saying, well, this is the way we've done it for years. Those things, I think, need to change.
Commissioner Bradford?
Mayor, I'd like to extend the meeting for a few, can we extend it?
30
How long
minutes.
do you want?
30 minutes. We still have
30-minute
consent
extension?
agenda.
Is everybody good for that?
Everyone,
Okay.
Commissioner Sosa, are you okay with it?
So,
Vice Mayor?
let's cover these questions and these statements and these comments. First of all, I want to apologize to the people at home listening. I want to apologize to some of the residents and individuals in the audience that maybe have a little bit more taste with their communications. This is a recorded public, and there's a classic example. This is a recorded meeting, and I wish they would take advantage and just be mindful that there is other people out there that aren't like that. I don't vote up here based on a couple Facebook groups. I vote on the majority of the residents in the city, and it is what is best. Not because that person, those few people want me to vote this way. That's not why I vote that way. I read the information, and I vote based on that information, which is the betterment of the majority of the residents, not the minority of the residents. You know, I could say the same thing. Let me look at my crystal ball, and I can say, that's a beautiful rose, and they're going to come up and say, it's a weed. Oh my God, allergies. Oh, it's going to kill me. You didn't think about this person's. You know what? Doesn't matter. You nailed it. What we say, what we do, you're going to flip it because that's what you do. That's what a Delterrorist is called. No matter what is done or what is said, it's going to be flipped. Again, I'm not going to sit up here and argue about a contract because, as it was said, we agreed as a commission to let another commissioner work on negotiating it. If we didn't want to do that, then we should have voted opposite. That's what we should have done. We should have said, no, we're going to sit down, we're going to have a meeting, and we're going to do that. But we didn't do that.
Excuse me,
So
enough
maybe-
from the audience. I'm going to warn you one more time.
And that's a classic example of they got to get their, that's politicizing. Mr. Chisholm, so far since you've been here, you have been readily available. You've answered my questions very intelligently. If you haven't had them, you've researched them, you've told me, and you've given me outcomes. Let's go back to why. You want to know why I didn't want an individual to be in that seat? I'll give you straight up. I recall during a budget meeting, I asked for a line item, and I was laughed at and mocked and told, and I know the exact words, if you want to see toilet paper on the list, excuse me? Yeah, if that means I want to see a line item budget and I want to see the toilet paper on the list and do my job as a commissioner, then I guess I want a line item budget. That right there was not the experience I want to see up here. Running our city, mocking when I ask for a budget, why do I need that? Because as you say, I answer to the people, right? So I should have a line item budget, and I shouldn't be mocked when I ask for it. And if I have to tell somebody who wants to be my city manager that I need that to approve a budget, you just lost my credibility. I believe we have a motion on the table, and at 11 o'clock, I say we need to call the vote, because no matter what we say and do, they're going to throw something out.
There are two more people on the board. You took yourself off. Commissioner Sosa, did you want to wrap this up now? Because then we're going to vote. Everyone's had more than their time to speak
I just
up
have
here.
one question for Mr. Chisholm. Have you received any compensation yet since you've been at the city?
Not one penny.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the motion properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by the Vice Mayor. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 4-3. Next up, public forum.
Okay, Madam Mayor, there are 10 public forums. Santa Claus, Nick Lucy, Javian Brown, Courtney Cross-Burgos, then Priscilla Agarin. Santa Claus, please.
Yes, Santa, you need to be
You
first.
have been here forever,
Yes,
and we are
you need
sorry.
to be here first and last, Santa.
All right. It's
And we're so happy you came all dressed up.
it's Santa Claus and no E. And
Santa, can you hold off? Stop his timer, please. We can't hear anything up here. And you have been sitting here so quietly with Mrs. Claus. I want to be able to hear what you say. So if we can please have quiet out there so we can hear, thank you.
I said to Mrs. Claus a little bit ago, I should have eaten more cookies before I came. I was going to take her out to eat, but I don't think there's any place out and out in Deltona that we can get something to eat. It's good to be here. I come representing two organizations. The first is the United States Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program. And Mr. King and I have gone back quite a number of years with this program. The second organization is an organization that we have spent the last, I believe, 7 years with, and that is the ABC affiliated TV station WFTV Channel 9 in Orlando. And since we have started this 11 years ago, Mr. King, we have expanded our outreach. We have gone from being a Santa collecting toys over here on Walkertown Avenue to the official Santa Claus for the Toys for Tots program for Volusia County to we are now Mr. and Mrs. Claus for the entire Central Florida program of the Toys for Tots. And so our schedule continues to fill up. But the reason I'm here tonight is because I believe Mrs. Claus sent to each of you on your email address an invitation to our opening experience on November the 18th at 7 o'clock over here on Walkertown Avenue. Now, Santa didn't send that to you because Santa Claus cannot figure out how to do that kind of stuff. So Mrs. Claus takes care of all those kinds of things. Every year, the program needs more and more. Unfortunately, as we begin to look to this year, we are already having more registrations for the need of toys than we did last year. Last year in Central Florida alone, we served over 35,000 kids. Wow. 10,000 of those were right here in Volusia County alone. And so this year, as we experienced the hurricane situation, I sat here and listened to the problem with the flooding, and I said to Mrs. Claus, I'm glad that at our home, when it rains, it just freezes on the ground and we get on with it. But we're going to see a greater need this year than we have in years past. And so we've already started collecting. As we open up our Christmas display, and some of you have been by, I know Miss Anita has been there for the last 6 or 7 years and comes and she's a part of that, but we will be collecting toys again. And Mrs. Claus and I have the great opportunity of collecting toys and getting those distributed out to those kids because it's important for us to know that every child will wake up on Christmas morning and experience the joy of Christmas with a toy underneath the Christmas tree. This year, over at our display, we're going to be a little different because this year we celebrate the 200th anniversary of the story of The Night Before Christmas, written in 1822 by Clement Moore. And the country was in a situation, a kind of a depressed situation. And Mr. Moore's children thought, well, I guess Santa's not going to come. So a few days before Christmas, he wrote this story, and he read it to his children. It just so happened to be that they had some guests in the house that night, and she took that poem to the New York Times the next year, and it was published. So this year, we're celebrating the 200th anniversary. And in honor of that, Mrs. Claus and I have purchased 800 copies of the book the night before Christmas. Now, I've got one here that's signed, and so, Mayor, when I get done, this is your book.
Thank you.
You see, the night before Christmas story is a tradition, and I want to make sure that we keep the tradition alive. And so as the kids come to see me over at the...
Are we really cutting Santa off? Oh, y'all are getting cold, that's it.
Keep talking. Santa, you've been here for so many hours. Carry on.
As the kids come, they'll receive a signed, dated book. I received one of these books just like this back in 1959. I still have that book to this day. Along with the book, everyone's going to receive a toy. The Toys for Tots program gives us pencils and coloring books and coloring crayons. And so we would like to invite each of you out on November the 18th at 7 o'clock. The Sheriff's Department will usher us from here, along with the fire department, as we ride in the fire truck to that location and be involved. Now, a couple of other things I hope that you can help us with. We have been up to the sheriff's office about, 7 or 8 days ago, Mrs. Claus? And we invited the sheriff to come. So if you have any pull with the sheriff, you call him and say, look, you need to come. We've tried to get him there every year. A couple of times we've had it real close, but he had to back out. The other thing is we are in need of some Marines. Marines from the Marine Corps Reserve are hard to find. So we would like to find 2 Marines that could help us out that night. Don't have to be from the reserve, don't have to be active duty. As long as they've got a dress blue uniform, that would help. But Mrs. Claus and I would want to thank you for allowing us to come tonight. We're going to have a busy schedule. Matter of fact, on December the 10th, we will start that morning by dropping off our sleigh at the studios in Orlando. We will go from there down to SeaWorld to be with Greg Warmoth as we start the reindeer run. We'll leave there at the reindeer run at 8:30, go back to the studios, be at the studios until 1 o'clock collecting toys and being live on TV. We'll leave the studio at 1 o'clock, bring the sleigh back up, put it back in the display, take a shower, curl my hair, and get ready for your parade. So we want to thank you very much for the honor of allowing us to serve you in the parade and serving the Toys for Tots program here in Deltona. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. And Mrs. Claus.
I'm going to do a non-protocol thing.
You can you can give it to the clerks.
I'm going to give it right to you.
Oh, boy.
Wait, Santa, I've been better.
So Commissioner McCool, you want one, you got to show up on the 18th.
Awesome. Commissioners,
I'm going to go find something to eat.
Thank you. Nick Lully, please.
Geez, I'd like to do the same thing.
Hey, Santa.
How you follow that, Nick?
Yeah, how can I top that, right?
Hey, Santa, I just want you to know I already gave Commissioner Bradford 2 great big bags of toys for you. So,
Merry Christmas to you all.
He told me I have to hold them.
And to all of you, good night.
He told me I have to hold on to them for a couple weeks.
Well, good evening. Thanks for your time this evening. I know it's pretty late, so I'll try to keep this fairly brief. Always like to start with good things if I can. I first want to thank Commissioner McCool for her kind words at our last commission meeting, which were very lovely and unexpected, so definitely appreciate that. I believe Commissioner Bradford also said I was cool, so I appreciate that as well. I'll take what I can get because my canceled meeting has still not been rescheduled, so perhaps others may not feel the same way you do, but that's okay. So I want to talk about our impending crisis that we have going on right now, which of course is subtropical storm Nicole, possibly tropical storm Nicole, and possibly Hurricane Nicole coming towards us. So I wanted to know, or maybe get staff to give me a debrief on what exactly the situation is with the pond and borrow pit at Fort Smith and Monument right now, because I've been seeing the pumps sort of rotating in and out on a revolving door, so I'd like to know what the current situation is there right now. We know, based on what staff reported at the last meeting, that the permanent pump at that location has failed. So I have been observing those temporary pumps, again, cycling in and out. And my neighbors, of course, are very concerned. I'm starting to hear some of the facts and figures from them about what it's going to cost to remediate their damages as a result of that permanent pump not operating as it should. And we're pushing almost 6 figures. And some of these folks on the flood insurance. So we got folks out that are still experiencing hardships, and they're very concerned about what's going to come in the coming weeks. So I would like to possibly get some information on that. As someone who communicates technical information professionally, I think I could help in communicating that to some of my neighbors. Wanted to talk about when I tried to get the plan set for Fort Smith Boulevard when it was 3-laned. The invoice I got from the city was $430.58, and the city wanted 9 hours to find a PDF. So that was, of course, only a test because I knew right where to find that, and it was to find it for free from the St. Johns River Water Management District permitting website. It took me 2 minutes to find that, and it cost me nothing. For the benefit of the city staff, if they'd like to find it in quicker time, it's 5670754.pdf. It was submitted on September 28th, 2012. Again, anyone on the road can go to find that. I do find it a little troubling that the city was going to take 9 hours to find that. I can pull up any project in the world right here on this, all up and down the East Coast instantly at my fingertips. So again, here's the plan set for free from St. Johns River. So again, that plan set, that wouldn't have just been 2012, it would have been given out to the contractor who 3-laned the road. So that was a little bit concerning, again, as I was trying to understand the situation and explain it to my neighbors. So that's just my concern. If city staff want to reach me to talk about that so I can figure out what's going on, I'm sure everyone by now is aware of my phone number and my email. So I appreciate it. Everyone stay safe during the tropical storm or hurricane, whatever it may be. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Adam Vasquez, please.
Hello, Adam Vasquez, Deltona, President, Twin Lakes HOA. Before I get started, I just want to address something. Vice Mayor, I don't think your only friend in the room back here is an accurate representation of maybe what the majority of us out here want and feel. Madam Mayor, on September 5th, a bunch of residents came up here to talk about a stormwater tax. And during your comments at the end of that, you had directed the city manager, Mr. Peters, to provide a report on the situation at Twin Lakes and provide it to you. It was troubling. I did actually watch the next meeting after that, and I did see everything that unfolded that everybody here is aware of. I believe that's why so many people registered to speak for the last one. I do think Mr. Peters was the expert in stormwater. He's come out several times and has seen our community. I'm up here tonight specifically because after Ian, we held a lot of water. And there was a lot of water specifically flooding Terry Brock's backyard at 689 Cloverleaf Boulevard. Thank you so much for deploying a pump. We didn't get that pump we requested the pump for the first time on 10/10, and Vice Mayor, I remember at the last meeting I came up here and spoke to you that you said that mosquito spraying works better when we reach out to our commissioners versus reaching out to the city manager, and I agreed with you. However, the change was you stopped taking my phone calls. So on the 10th and subsequent dates afterwards when I tried to call, which I don't understand because my yard actually isn't flooded, just so that everyone here is aware, like I'm high and dry. It was actually other residents in the community that I was reaching out to you to ask you to please deploy a pump. Finally, I ended up meeting with Mrs. McCool. She actually did come out and meet the resident. If you would have came and met the resident, that would have went a long way with Terry. I find it ridiculous that we can't get we pay stormwater tax, we pay taxes, we're flooded. The water's dropping now that it's finally being pumped, but it didn't drop after Ian. And if you guys didn't deploy the pump on Friday, and I would have had to wait until this meeting when I believe this is when we could have talked about it, then we have the storm hitting tomorrow and residents would have flooded. It's a complete failure. So I'm up here tonight to express frustration about that. If you look at some of the satellite imagery on Google Earth from March of 2018 and then versus January of 2019, they actually laid down fill dirt in that time frame for Lake Leeson Reserve, and you could actually see in the retention areas north of our community where the trees started to drown and flood out and they're dying. And then of course it pushes into our community because I kind of know how how the drainage works in our community. I know that the parcel behind the community where the water's flowing to from the lake, all the trees are dying in there. The trees are falling on our perimeter fence, which is incurring a cost to the HOA. We're aware that our roads and that our drainage, and when I say drainage in the community, we're going to put our swales back to the as-built. We're going to maybe repair a couple drain boxes that are failing. But water being pushed into our community from a subdivision that we did not ask for, we are not paying for that. What I find it also pretty interesting, I was doing a little bit of networking with some residents at the Hampton Oaks subdivision. They don't have a gate, so we're told that we own our infrastructure because we are a gated community, and that's why we own the road and the stormwater. This Hampton Oaks, which is about to be turned over to the HOA, they own everything except for the stormwater management system, which we all pay taxes for. So I'd like to understand, I understand the need for stormwater, but how do you guys manage a stormwater system when you have all these independent stormwater management systems throughout the city? How are they supposed to play well with one another? We are going to be back here whether you guys are reelected or not, and we are going to be working with the city, whether you want to work with us or not, on mitigating the impacts that Lake Leeson Reserve has had on our community. So I look forward to setting up those meetings with the city and getting it started. But our residents are waiting, and we're not going anywhere. We'll be back here again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Javier Brown, please.
Holy cow, how many?
Good evening, Javion Brown, 700 Black Maple Drive. What I'm here, I am also on the HOA, but I'm not here to talk just about our community. I'm here to talk about the city of Deltona, and it is my opinion from what I've seen and gathered through driving through and talking to other residents, is that there was a breakdown in the city's response to this previous storm, and apparently maybe to the one that's coming up this week. I feel that although the fire chief and assistant chief are certified emergency managers, that we need to consider hiring someone into that position independent of a department, maybe working directly for the commission and the city manager. Those people, those professionals plan for emergencies, whether it's man-made or natural, so that we can have a response. I don't think that our city should still be cleaning up debris and flooding a month, plus afterwards, and then here we go with another storm that's coming up, which is only going to exacerbate the current issue. So what I'm here to say is that I know that there's an election tomorrow, but I hope that whatever happens, you all consider finding someone that is professional, independent, like I said, of the fire department or any other organization, a department in the city, to manage this so that we don't have this issue. And just so you know, I did look around to see that there are other cities much smaller than us that have independent professionals working in that slot. And I think it's also going to benefit the residents because, like I said, I looked on Twitter and other social media pages, the internet, to see what kind of information the city was putting out, and there is none. But you can go on the county's page and see that there's information being put out about, sandbags or, giving residents information on how to prepare so that they can withstand the storm better than, I guess, we have a lot of people are working. They don't have time to go and research and do this stuff on their own, and we as a city should provide the service so that folks can go to a centralized place, get good information from someone that is trained and up to date on what's going on in the world of emergency management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Courtney Cross-Burgos, please.
Good evening. Hi, Mayor. The mayor called me when she was very nice, and I enjoyed speaking with her. Now, I'm not going to talk about what I actually came here to talk about because it's almost 11:30 and I've been here over 5 hours. But I do want to just say briefly that I came here very hopeful tonight to raise some questions and get some information and to meet all of you. I'm not normally very political, but sitting here for over 5 hours and listening to everything that's been going on, I'm really disappointed because I don't feel anything that I have to say, or most of the people here tonight have said, is being listened to. I think it's really very much falling on deaf ears. And like I said, I'm disappointed. I was hopeful and looking forward to maybe having some discussion over and making some change, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what tomorrow brings. But thank you all this evening. Have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Priscilla Algarin, please. Priscilla? Jeffrey Farrell, please. Jeff, please.
For starters, don't you ever apologize for me. You don't represent me. I know for a fact, you seem to forget I was there. I know who you will throw under the bus for the endorsement of the firefighters. So, I don't need an apology on your behalf. If you guys don't want to be talked to like trash, quit acting like trash. Everybody sees it here. It's the 4 to 3 all the time. The 4 to 3. I am so glad that, some of you guys, I hope most of you guys are gone after tomorrow. And that we can clear this dais once and for all and actually get some people up here who give a damn about the residents, because you don't. And you've proven that to us time and time and time again. Jane Chang, we have filled this building because we wanted Jane Chang gone. When did Jane Chang finally get gone? When she pissed you off, Heidi. When she circumvented you. Oh, well, now she's got to go. Yeah, it was about you. You didn't care about us. You didn't care about the residents. The people who, dozens of people got up here, one after another, and said, we want her gone. Just like we said, we don't want this guy. But it's the same four. Because, again, you know why? Everybody at home, I hope you're hearing this before you go vote tomorrow. Because these four picked him because he will go and give the firefighters everything they want and increase the unfunded liabilities that are all going to fall on your shoulders, residents of Deltona. They don't want to be talked to like trash, but they act like trash. And by the way, for the record, what I read to you was Article 1, Section 1. Of the Florida Constitution, the very first thing the Florida Constitution has to say. And I think, I'm just going to cut it short this time, but I do want to say that there was a great scene, a pivotal scene in the movie Pulp Fiction. If anybody's seen that movie, great movie, where John Travolta wants to know, what is a $5 milkshake? What's so special about a $5 milkshake? Tonight, we got to see what $1 million nap looks like.
Robert Trombetta, please.
Robert Trombetta, 439 Golden Arm Road. After several weeks and going back, and again tonight, I see the crocodile tears of 3 of our commissioners for John Peters and Stacy, and oh my goodness, where are they? Why is she gone? Well, I want to review a little something that transpired during this whole time. Going back to Vice Mayor's situation, we remember that John Peters told you, each and every one of you, that there was a policy and procedure for advertising. There was a policy and procedure, and he repeated it and repeated it. I remember the vice mayor saying, well, show me it. Tell me, give me that policy and procedure. Okay. On August 8th, Rocco says, I also shared to the marquee as requested by the commissioner. Rocco's getting the commissioner, the vice mayor's advertisement up. John Peters replies, can we put a message on the sign without the vice mayor's name?
to avoid the appearance of electioneering. Thank you. Consensus? Where was the consensus? Where was that consensus that he talked about, that process and procedure? He sent that to Rocco and to his assistant, Stacy. And here's what Stacy replied. And I think all of you up there probably have read this because it's pretty well been distributed, but none of you mentioned it, or at least you three. Stacy says, for the record, I disagree. This is not a city event or a city-sponsored event. The impact on the community is slim. Who gave Stacy the power to determine that something from the Masons, a free breakfast dinner for our teachers, the impact on the community? I don't know about you, but I think our teachers have a huge impact on our community. And who the heck is Stacy to make a determination on her own that it's too slim? On her own, she says that. Her next statement is, the Landmark Lodge, the Masons, limit membership, which may actually be put off to some people. Well, let me see, the Masons. Yes, they are all male group. They have a male group and a female group. And that may bother some people. Would the Knights of Columbus cause that? You know, the Knights of Columbus, I'm a Catholic, the Knights of Columbus is a all-Catholic group. That's hers. John Peters then says, I agree. John Peters lied to your face, and Commissioner King, he lied to your face. Because Stacy then says, we don't have a policy yet. It hasn't been created. He lied to your face. And you sat here just a minute ago and said, the worst thing I hate is liars. You've probably read this. And he lied to you, and you defend him. Shame on you.
Thank you. Pat Gibson, please.
Pat Gibson. You know, as I pulled up here today and I saw the blinky lights and you had time to clean up and put all that stuff out, and then Sunday I drove down to the flooding at the other end of Cortland and I looked at some of those houses and I saw the water up over the windows and I saw the houses gutted inside. What about those kids? You think Santa's going to bring them a new house? You take our tax dollars to fix stormwater. You got 4-inch PVC pipe strung across people's driveways, their lawns and everything. Where's the backhoes? Starting to dig the culverts and putting in the permanent pumps. What are you going to do when another 5 to 8 inches of water fall in the next couple of days? Stick the pumps out there, wait till the water goes over them, and then call them submersible pumps again? You people do not deserve your job. You know, a hurricane's coming. You'd think you'd have the forethought to pump your pool down. Now you just stuck pumps out there and we'll deal with it afterwards. You had an attorney running the city. Knows nothing about how to build, fix things, nothing. How do you think, Heidi, those people are going to have a good Christmas when their house is in ruins? But again, you didn't have to pay for your house, did you? You inherited it from your mommy. Never really had to fix anything, huh? I'm sorry that your mother passed. But again, you didn't purchase your house like a lot of people did here. And again, we pay tax dollars to the city for stormwater. Where was the forethought before the storm even hit to pump the lakes down, to do preventative maintenance, to clean the canals? Do you even have a crew that goes out every year and looks at the canals and cleans them. So if something does go down, you're prepared. It's kind of like, we're down to the last roll of toilet paper. Let's talk about toilet paper, since Anita's so stuck on that one. You wait till you get the last roll to go out and buy some, even if there's a shortage, you start looking then. Where's your forethought? And again, think of the kids in those households. How's their Christmas going to be? In a hotel room. And again, if people didn't have flood insurance, who's paying for it? I wish they could sue the shit out of you people. And all I can say is hopefully I'm going to see not three new commissioners up there and a new mayor. I want to see people gone. You do not deserve the job. You do not represent the people of Deltona. And I guess if you don't get reelected, how long are you going to stay here? Or are you going to run up to Ormond Beach and sell the house? Oh, just, you don't have a comment for me, do you? Look, it would look bad during the election, huh? Because you think I'd play it all over Facebook. You're damn right I would. I'm telling you, I wouldn't walk across the street to piss on you people. When another 5 to 8 inches of rain falls and more people get flooded out and there's more damage, you couldn't even pick up the storm debris on time. Good riddance.
Thank you, John Brunello. Eller, sorry.
Evening, John Bruneller, District 6, 37 years. I just have two quick things to say. One is, I know two commissioners are here for their last night. Mr. Sosa, I want to thank you very much for doing an excellent job. Don't go far, come back. We need you here. And you, Mr. King, thanks for serving our city, our country, our citizens, our everything, our veterans, and thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This ends public comment.
Okay.
Randy White, please.
Wasn't sure if I was going to need to, but I didn't hear it get brought up. So I wanted to touch base about the flooded area that was talked about on Cortlandt. In looking at polling precincts and whatnot, it appears to me, which I've been here a long time, but it maps says what it does, that Deltona Farms actually goes all the way up to Cortlandt. And it doesn't actually start out back behind Laredo. So a lot of that would have been county and county issues. So my question is, has anybody been in contact with the county regarding the issue to the blocked access to Deep Creek that actually caused the flooding? And what was the county's response? What will be the plan moving forward regarding that area? I have a lot of residents asking. They have not heard from anybody from the county, haven't seen any county trucks. I know there was Deltona's pumps out there, of course on our side, which is District 1, pumping across, but I'm assuming that's because that is actually the cause, so you would have to pump from there. But that is a whole county unincorporated area, so I'm just curious if anybody has been in contact with them, what they plan on doing, and again, the big problem is that Deep Creek, the access from what we can tell, has been cut. And so all that water that used to flow into Deep Creek has now been flowing into the roadways and people's homes. The only other thing I wanted to touch base on was the comment earlier about Peters lying to Mr. King and all that. That's already been settled. You guys know that you made a direction that not one person, but a consensus can give direction, and that there was the issue about legacy events, and if you advertise for one, you got to advertise for all. So it wasn't, necessarily a lie. It may not technically be on the books yet, as Stacy mentioned, but you guys did give direction on that a while back. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, do we have any comments on consent?
Madam Mayor, we have one public comment. Jay Gunter, please.
Who?
Jay Gunter?
Jay?
Yeah, he may have left.
Okay.
It was on 10.
Okay, then
Consent.
we'll move to consent. This evening consented,
I put on consent number 11.
what do you mean?
That's what I thought, but
This is comments, do we have any comments on consent agenda, any of the consent agenda items that they filled out?
Brandy White.
Brandy White, it was just real quick about the trash contract. I was just wondering who is currently doing it, or is this the contract that's giving permission to those who are already, it was kind of confusing to see that we're approving a debris pickup, but I thought we already have somebody doing debris pickup. So if you could just clarify that. A couple questions came up on that. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for comments on consent. So tonight on consent agenda, we have item A, request for approval of the 2023 holiday meeting schedule. Item B, approval of award of RFP number 22024 for emergency debris monitoring services. Item C, approval of award of RFP number 22043 for emergency debris removal services. And D, request for approval to purchase one 2023 Ford Maverick Crew Cab 4x4 truck utilizing the Florida Sheriff's Association Cooperative Purchasing Program for a total cost of $30,447 for Deltona Code Compliance Supervisor Operations. Okay, does anyone have any questions, any commissioners on any of the consent agenda items? If not, we need a motion. Oh, hold on, somebody, Commissioner King and Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner King?
Yeah, we just get clarification on the contracts for disposal of the debris.
One is, we have Cirrus currently, correct? And the other is Crowder Golf? Correct? Is that Mary's? Yes. What, could you please come and take the mic and explain what the two are, please? So that we can have clarification for Commissioner King.
The city goes out for bid for debris cleanup well before hurricane season. So there was a request for proposal. There were 3 responses. Cirrus, Crowder Gauth. Crowder Gauth is who we used during Hurricane Irma. And the third one was, do you remember?
DRC.
DRC, yes. So the first contract was Cirrus that was selected. I think Phyllis is a little more versed in the technical aspects of the contract for as far as the actual debris cleanup. So what exactly is your question? I'm sorry.
Are they new contracts, or do we have one and we're renewing it, or we're getting another one?
No, they went out for a new RFP. So these are new contracts this year. We did use Crowder Golf in the past. I'm sorry?
They're both new contracts?
Well, yes.
With the same companies that we previously had?
We used Crowder Golf in the past for Hurricane Irma. Is this the first time we've used Cirrus?
I believe we've had Cirrus as one of our selected contractors, but we just go down, we prioritize them first choice, second choice, and third choice so that we are not limited, such as a Hurricane Charlie, where everybody was fighting for the same vendors.
Okay.
We have a current contract for both haulers and debris monitoring.
Can we use the mic?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We currently have contracts for debris haulers and debris monitoring. We're using Cirrus for the debris hauling and Tetra Tech for the debris monitoring. Those contracts were coming up for renewal just before the storm hit, so we did a 45-day extension, and because we were a declared disaster here in the state of Florida, that gives a longer than 45 days, but this will be our new contracts once we're out of this disaster.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Thank you very much. And basically what you have for both of those items, for the monitoring and for the debris pickup, you have 3 companies instead of 1. In the past, we had 1. I mean, years ago, I remember maybe we had the other ones as well as backup, but I remember, was it Irma, where everybody was fighting?
Yes, ma'am.
And South Florida was paying them more, and they all went down there, no matter what? So for each of these, we have 3 contracts
Yes.
for the monitoring and the debris removal.
Yes, ma'am.
And there aren't that many companies that do this. I mean, we've had Tetra Tech, we've had Crowder Gulf, we've had Cirrus, we've had a bunch of them over time. I mean, we have a history with that, with some of them.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Does that help, Commissioner King? Okay. All right. Let's see. Commissioner Bradford.
And that was my question too, Phyllis. So with the new contracts, you're going to keep it the way it is with Sirius, Crowder, and DRC. So that means that Sirius will just keep continuing to do the debris and the construction and debris as well.
Correct. For this current disaster that we're in and we're in recovery of, Hurricane Ian, they will remain our vendor until that is closed out.
Until that's closed out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if you don't have anyone else on, I'd make a motion to approve consent agenda item A, B, C, and D.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we vote, please, on all 4 items, A, B, C, and D. And motion passes 7-0. Next up is special reports and requests. Commissioners, does anyone have anything to report from any of the boards you're on? Commissioner King and Vice Mayor.
Yes. If y'all remember back a few months ago, the city received a check from, it came actually from VSEP, to have $1,600 as a beneficiary sent to, it was determined, it said the park, that money was supposed to go to VSEP. And after a discussion a few meetings back with Maria, I understand that there's some kind of legal issue that you don't know about that at all? There's some legal issue that the insurance company that was paying the dividend out, the beneficiary said that it was to the park. And so we are now saying we can't give the money to the park because the park is not an entity, it's a park in the city. But it wasn't supposed to go to the park, it was supposed to go to VSEP. And I talked to Mr. Peters about that before he left, and he said, no, he says, I know it's supposed to, VSEP is managing everything down there, it's supposed to go to you, I'll make sure that that happens. And as of today, it still has not happened. So I guess what I'm going to ask for is consensus that the commission allows for the donation of the exact amount of that check be given to VSEP for use at the park. So if I can get that and we can get that check taken care of, that would be a wonderful thing.
Okay, you're asking for consensus?
Yes.
Yes. Yes? Vice Mayor? Commissioner Souza? So the issue, Commissioner King, maybe you can, when you have a chance, fill in Mr. Chisholm, because it was a donation that was received. And Mary, you don't have anything on it, do you, from finance?
To veterans? Was the
Yes.
Veterans Association?
Yeah.
Well, VSEP is Veterans Community Educational Partnership. VSEP.
Okay,
And they run the Veterans Museum.
okay.
Mary, you don't know anything about it, right?
She does. She knows about it.
She knows, I mean, is there anything that will help the process along?
Well, I think that you just indicated that you want a check sent to the Veterans Organization.
Yeah. Is that all you need then? I mean, obviously you have to go through legal and management and everything else, but does that help clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay.
They never sent it.
The commission has already voted to have it go to the park rather than veterans.
Okay, well, we're saying send it to the DM.
Then we need to have another vote to rescind that vote and do it properly. It has to be done. Otherwise, you just can't verbally undo a vote.
Right, I think that would be, if Paul is, I don't remember how it was voted on before.
Do we have to rescind the previous vote?
I think it was in a discussion time like this, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we just made a motion to give the donation to the Veterans Museum, and obviously maybe Mr. King just needs to amend it so it says that to VSEP organizations that is in charge of the Veterans Museum, which is, this is no-brainer. But King, you want to make a motion on that? You want to make a motion to?
Go ahead, make a motion. I'll second it.
All right, so I want to make a motion. Am I allowed to do that? I want to make a motion to have the
donation check.
The donation, what would we call it?
The proceeds.
Just
proceeds.
Sent to VSEP, that was made to the Veterans Museum, sent to VSEP in the honor of the deceased.
Who was going to second that? Okay. Commissioner King, motion is made by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner King. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. So you have your direction for that. Okay? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Am I done?
I have a question for Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Chisholm, did the mosquito spray started already? I know you were going to be in touch with the county.
We were in touch with the county mosquito control. They were to bring in their staff to test the area to see if it qualified for spraying, and I haven't got the results back, but they were instructed to go ahead if they had the right count.
Okay. The other thing is that some of us participated in Principal for the Day in some schools, and one of the questions that was asked was, are we going to come back to starting to give the awards for the students again since it stopped?
The issue with that is, I can tell you, I talked to our school board representative 1 or 2 meetings ago. He had reached out and asked when we were going to do this again. We normally do a video presentation for the certificates for the superstar students, and the issue was not with us. When I talked to Sharon, it was with, they have a new PIO, a new person that's doing their video communications there, and that person had to get up to speed, and that's why they were delayed in having the production done for that. So they are going to do it, and the school board representative reached out also, and Sharon indicated it should start in December, and latest in maybe in January, but it was on the school boards and on their production end, not us.
Okay.
So it's not that we're not doing it, they just have to get back into the swing of things.
Okay, so this other one is a request, but I might as well tie it into the invitation. So the Daytona Beach College is doing a service for the veterans Wednesday, the 9th at 10 a.m. And I would like to request, if possible, if the city can honor them by having the fire truck there, the camouflage truck.
ma'am.
And the invitation is open to everybody who would like to attend. It's right here across the road, Wednesday at 10 a.m. And that's about my request. Thank you.
Okay. City Attorney, any comments?
One item, Mayor, this will end on a good note. We should receive the first of a number of settlement payments on the opioid litigation. So sometime later part of this month, we'll receive approximately $42,000, which is the first of several payments. And that's
Very
it.
good. Interim City Manager, any comments?
The only comment really is we passed out this little report today that give you a brief synopsis of some of the activities associated with the recent debris pickup and the storm. And that's just a sample of what we plan to do, and we'll have more information in the next round of reports that comes from us.
Okay, thank you. All right, commission comments. Who wants to start? Commissioner Sosa, or would you rather not? Commissioner King, you want to go first?
Okay. Two things that I want to make comment on. One, the Reese Across America fundraiser is still going on. If there's anybody that would like to donate to that, any donation is accepted. Wreaths are $15 a piece. For every 2 wreaths that are purchased, we get another wreath for free. We're still several hundred wreaths short of putting one on each of the 1,700 graves that are at Deltona Memorial Gardens. So we will be accepting contributions for those wreaths up until about the 17th of November. And then I do want to invite the public out on December 17th for the laying of the wreaths. There will be a short 25-minute ceremony. By the way, that ceremony takes place here in our area at 12 noon at Deltona Memorial Gardens. And across the country, the same ceremony, different people obviously, will be conducted across the country. So in California, they'll be doing it at 9 o'clock. Here we'll be doing it at noontime. And then there will be the laying of the wreaths. The public is invited to come out and participate in the ceremony and in the laying of wreaths. If you've never done it, it's a very solemn time. We try our very best to keep those veterans alive, if you will, and remember them. When you lay a wreath on the gravesite, we ask that you call that veteran's name aloud. So across the cemetery, as you're laying wreaths, you're hearing the names of those veterans being remembered all around you. It's really a very solemn time. So come out and participate in that. It'll be a really great event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things here. First of all, I would like to make it crystal clear that I do not agree with the city manager contract. However, with that being said, I want to say that every single email that I have sent to the interim city manager, every question I have asked, every request that I have made has been answered timely and has done a professional job and has been out in the field. And so, Mr. Chisholm, I thank you for that very much. You have answered the call, and it has to be hard to sit in here, bomb bombs hurled at you, because I certainly do, and I know the feeling. So while I do not agree with the terms of your contract, everything that you have done, your performance so far, sir, thank you for that as we navigate through these difficult times, and I hope that we're prepared for the next storm. So I must make that crystal clear. Second of all, I want to thank the staff. You guys have done an amazing job. Phyllis and Glenn, everybody, but your team and your staff, and Ron, y'all have done an amazing job of getting us so far through this storm. It is nothing that we could have predicted. I think that we are prepared as best we can, so thank you guys for that, and answering residents' call. I know that you have answered every time I've called you, and so thank you for that. Next thing I want to say is that this is a very emotional night because my brothers are leaving from this dais, and Commissioner King, you have served your public well. I'm going to miss you. I was very disappointed that you chose not to run again. We will miss you. You have been very fatherly to your constituency. You have been very uncle-ish to me, and been a calming presence, and you are certainly community service that is proven by your service always to your fellow man, to your God, and you have served well, sir, and I must tell you that I will miss you a great deal, being here, sitting at my right side, and being a calming presence, and thank you for everything that you have taught me, and have taken the time to be a friend, and to sit there to my right, and I know that the public appreciates you also, so thank you for all of your kindness and everything that you have done for the community in this dais, sir. You have served well. Thank you. Commissioner Souza, you are my sparring partner. Apropos, sir, that you are a martial arts artist, because we do that, and I will miss you. I will miss the lively debate. I will miss rolling my eyes at you. I will miss seeing you out in the public and making you hug me, even when you're mad with me. So thank you for your service, because I know that, you will be needed elsewhere in the community, and you, sir, have also served well. So thank you very much for being my brother on the commission, even though we only agree on stuff about 30% of the time. Thank you for always being probing, for being transparent, and trying to serve the very best that you can. It's much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Ramos, I want to thank you for serving well also. People don't know the work that you do behind the scenes. You take a lot of lobs, and I respect you as my brother up here on the commission. You have served well. You do a lot for your community. So thank you for that. Thank you for, I'm going to miss the lean back that you do when I start getting heated, and I remember just the talks that we had, sir, before I even ran for commission, and so everybody will always have an opinion, and mine, sir, is that thank you for everything that you have done, because you have taught me a lot also, and I will continue to call upon you for that. If you do serve the county, please remember us, sir, as you go forth. I know that you will, and I know that you will keep us in the forefront of your service, in service to the county, so thank you for that. And if you are here tomorrow, you two ladies are here tomorrow, and we'll continue to serve with you also. And if not, it's also been a pleasure to serve with you. I just wanted to say that before tomorrow. Thank you for what you have done also. It's really not easy doing what we all do up here, so, thank you for that. My sister Anita, I will see you. I'll see you no matter what. So thank you for your stuff too, your encouragement. I appreciate it. That is all I have, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How do you follow that? But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to have worked with every single one of you. Like you've said, there's been times that we've knocked heads, but I think while some might not understand it, I think we all mean well and for the betterment of our community. And you folks out there, you're correct. Tomorrow's election day. Go out and vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
Okay. What I would really like to do is make sure we are, which I know you are already, the best preparation we need to do for, this upcoming storm. And if you don't mind, keeping us updated over the next 48 hours, are we going to need to have another meeting to declare a state city of emergency, or what do we do from here? Are we going to need to schedule something so you guys have what you need to keep rolling? So sandbags are available. We have awesome staff. They're ready. They've already started precautions. It is very concerning that we do have very high water tables right now. So even though this storm at this point doesn't seem to be that powerful blowing in storm, the major concerns are even a little bit of rain right now is going to be detrimental. And, heed the warnings of let's not, we have standing water on the roads right now, or we will be having to, hopefully not, but just in case we do have standing waters on the roads, don't drive through them. Don't go in the waters. Let emergency personnel do what they need to do. If you see something, call. Don't put your lives in danger, please. I'm begging you. Because even a little bit of rain at this point is going to be catastrophic to us. So we just need to keep that in mind. Please let us know if you have an area. Keep in mind, we have eyes, we have a lot of staff, but we can't be every single place. So by all means, let us know, keep us up to date. If you see something, we forward it over. Staff has been phenomenal on jumping on those the best they can. Sometimes it may not seem as if we're responding, at the snap, but that's because things they have a process that we have to go through. So just please, everybody, be safe. If you need sandbags, or somebody who does need sandbags and can't get the sandbags, please let us know. We can get those to you. So I don't want anybody to think, oh my God, I don't have a means to get them. Just let us know, and I'm sure, between Mr. Chisholm and our Public Works, we'll find a way to get them to you. Did I miss anything, Mr. Chisholm, you want to add on that one?
You did a good job. What we are going to need is a declaration of emergency for the Nicole storm that's coming.
Yeah, so how are we going to do that? That's what I wasn't sure.
We already
That's going to hit Wednesday, Thursday?
It's supposed to hit, well, we should be preparing. Those costs we incur right now will be eligible for reimbursement. It's already been declared by the governor and the county, so it's just a matter of us declaring it as a city.
Okay, do we need to vote on that?
Tonight, might as well.
Might as well.
Okay, so you do need a motion to
declare an
put us in a declaration for a state of the city emergency.
Yes.
Okay, so I hereby make a motion to put us in a declaration for a state of city emergency effective today?
Today.
Effective immediately. It actually is,
so it's
I would say effective Tuesday, November 8th at 12:03 a.m., because that's where we are.
I would say, yeah, we're already at Tuesday, so.
Okay, seconded. Okay, properly moved for, yes.
Point of order, it is election day. You cannot make a motion. It is election day.
Oh.
It's after midnight.
Well, what does that
mean? On election day.
What does that mean?
You can't.
I don't know, I never heard of that.
Yeah, are we meeting? I'm just saying, I would just want that looked at.
It's a continuation of a meeting. I mean.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, can you please clarify?
What I might suggest is that you go along with the motion to declare the state of emergency, which the governor and the county has already declared. If it's ineffective, it is. But if it's not, you've done it. Because you can't turn the clock back.
Motion and a second.
My
Vote
question
on it
is,
if it's.
What does the state of emergency entail as far as powers and things like that there? What would it entail, going with tomorrow's election and so forth?
If we had to spend money that aren't necessarily for a particular purpose, if we have to buy a pump or put pipes in that we have to acquire now because of that emergency, then we would be able to do that without going through the procurement process.
Okay. And what else? Is that basically it?
Yeah, anything of that nature. It's things that aren't normally, that we would normally do under a regular process. We would normally have to go out to bid on certain things. This would suspend that process to have those materials for the event. But that's the only thing it has to be related to responding to the emergency.
Fine. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Vote on it. If we find that it's invalid, we come back and we do another vote.
Yeah.
Okay? Joyce, will you?
Who seconded the vote?
Commissioner Ramos.
Okay.
Just do a voice vote.
Commissioner Bradford?
Yes.
Commissioner King? Yes. Commissioner McCool? Yes. Commissioner Ramos? Yes. Commissioner Sosa?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Hersberg?
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Please keep us updated as to the validity of that. Okay,
shall.
Commissioner Bradford, you're done. Commissioner Sosa.
Yeah, I've got a couple things just to clean up everything before I take off here. Have we started the search to look for a new headhunter firm yet? I believe we had asked to have that done a few weeks back.
I think I sent an email out to all of you suggesting that if you wanted to expedite the process, you could use one of the companies that had already been selected. You know, the information was to you. I didn't hear anything back, so I assume you want to wait until the next group gets in and they'll take a look at it, but that's up to you.
Okay. I don't remember getting that email. I must have missed it.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so you've reached out to those companies already, and has the price range?
We verified that some of them are still interested. We probably still had to talk to them about price.
Okay. Next thing, I'm going to go back. And when will we get a reasonable documented explanation of why the deputy city manager was suspended, regardless of what transpired with the vice mayor and, the budget and toilet paper? I asked for a public records request of any disciplinary actions against the deputy city manager after she was suspended with pay, and I got back there's 0 records.
There's no disciplinary action taken. The action was taken was an administrative leave.
For what reason?
There's no reason stated.
I was told it was a suspension.
No.
And no reason given.
There's no documentation that indicates anything that is disciplinary in nature.
Okay.
Okay. In fact, there's no documentation at all. It's just the fact that there was an action taken to place that individual on administrative leave.
For what reason, though?
I don't know. I wasn't here, sir.
Well, I mean, I think I would find out. I mean, it's bothering me when I can request something and there's no disciplinary action on file, but yet she's gone 2 days after Marsha's so-called interim city manager time has expired. So, to me, that's troublesome.
The only thing I can tell you is when I got here, all this was already, whatever happened. I don't know what took place. I understand there was someone doing an investigation, and I indicated to you, as to others, that once I had some report that told me something about this thing, then I would move forward with dealing with the issue since I'm here.
Okay. And has the investigation started?
Yes.
Now, one other thing, whatever happened, because I don't ever remember us voting on Marsha's pay while she was interim city manager. Did we? We never voted on anything, did we? So my question is, what did we pay Marcia as an interim city manager for 2 or 3 weeks? What was the cost? Was she billed by the hour?
$245.
What was she, did she do it on a salary and prorated over the whatever 10, 12 days she was here? I mean, I have big concerns about how that happened. Next, we have another issue going on. Who is our ADA coordinator right now?
I don't know.
Okay, because we've had a resident since about 2018 trying to get a resolution to certain ADA issues, and he was told that he had to provide, three accommodations to get his accommodation. Now, I know he has attempted on several occasions to share that information, and he's just been denied access to that individual. So I definitely, think that needs to be addressed ASAP.
Commissioner Sosa, is he not involved in a lawsuit or also in something with our insurance? Because that was part of a shade meeting that we had before we go too far here.
I don't believe that was him technically involved. That was a federal agency questioning us. I don't believe it was the individual himself.
I just want to, I don't think Mr. Chisholm knows.
He filed
a complaint with the federal agency, and the agency was making inquiries, but I don't know if it's been resolved. I believe it has, but I'm not positive.
Yeah. To me, it wasn't a lawsuit. It was a grievance, correct?
Comparable to a grievance as opposed to a lawsuit. He made a complaint with the federal agency, and then the agent came in and discussed it with the city manager, Mr. Peters, and several other people, and I don't know if he made a final report. If he did, I haven't seen it.
Okay, because I know that individual has been up here several times trying to drop off documentation, and he's been denied that ability. I don't know. So
It hasn't come to me, I can tell you that.
Okay, well, before John Peters was let go, he claimed that he was the ADA coordinator, so I'd like to know at this time who was our ADA coordinator.
I thought we had 3 different ADA coordinators. There's someone in HR.
I think we may have, but I'll be honest with you, I have not delved in, gotten involved in that.
Mr. Peters was claiming to be our Title II ADA coordinator, and we don't have one right now, and that's who that individual needs to see. So I think it is definitely important that we have something put in place. And then I'll just leave it there. I'm going to just say that it has been an honor and a privilege to represent the residents of Deltona, and I look forward to doing it again in the near future. Thank you, everyone.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go back to the requests for the fire truck. I forgot about this bad weather, so I guess we're going to just play by ear and see if they're still having the ceremony.
What time is that ceremony?
It's at 10 o'clock in the morning.
10 o'clock, okay.
It's right here opposite us.
One last fuck you.
Again, I want to give a shout out to Friendship Elementary for the principal of the day. Again, Mr. Chisholm, you confirmed that there is going to be a Christmas parade?
Yes.
Okay, because I have been getting emails and questions about the parade, so.
We should be sending out some information, should be out it should be out tomorrow.
Okay.
I know we had a meeting on it today.
And most importantly, we won't have another meeting till the following, but I want to give a heartfelt thank you to all the veterans out there who served. November 11 is Veterans Day. Please remember them and thank every single one of them for their service. And I want to wish all the candidates out there good luck tomorrow on your elections. It takes a lot of courage for people to stand out and run an election to serve the community. So thank you for coming out and good luck to everyone.
Okay, so just a couple things. As you've sat here tonight, well into the next day, I took a lot of notes, got accused of not listening to people or looking at people, but I try to take notes, try to write down people's concerns and what they have. So I have all those to pass on tomorrow to make sure that we follow up on those. But through the several items that we had today, including the rezoning and the other land use items, I just took a lot of notes. And when you sit up here as an elected official and you have to make decisions that affect the future of the city, you listen to what everybody says. You listen to what everybody says. And this is what I heard not only tonight, I hear this every time, and maybe that's my interpretation. So we wanted to do a moratorium on single-family residential planned unit developments. So we did that because people don't want single-family subdivisions. It's a big outcry. We got enough houses. We don't want single-family subdivisions. So we do a moratorium. I said then we deal with the infill lots, all those individual lots that we have in the city that we can't touch because they're owned by you and you and you and you and you, and you have property rights. So then we hear from the people that have those infill lots. They're flooding. My septic is backing up. I don't have sidewalks. I don't have street lighting. I don't have reclaimed water. All those things that planned subdivisions have that people don't want. So then we have the infill lot people saying, when they built the house, there's water back there. How are you going to help me do that? This is on a hill. My driveway's too steep. When the next person buys that house, that driveway's too steep. We want it done. It scrapes my car on the way down. We have to deal with those kind of things. And at some point, there's a responsibility that the city has, and there's also a responsibility that a land or property owner has. So then let's talk about, we're complaining about the infill. I'm not saying complaining, but we have concerns about that. We don't want single-family planned unit development subdivisions. We need multifamily. Seems we don't like multifamily now because there's too many people, there's too much traffic. Their single family doesn't want the multifamily subdivisions or the multifamily around them because it's too crowded and it's a good idea, but it's not got to be by me, it's got to be somewhere else. So now we don't like multifamily, of which we have relatively zero in the city. We don't have an apartment complex. We have a residency requirement for a permanent city manager. And with our track record of 2 years, where are they going to go? They got to buy a house, or they're going to rent a house. We don't even have apartments that they can rent. They're coming. So then we want to talk about commercial, because I heard this tonight too. Everybody wants commercial. Everybody out there wants a sit-down restaurant. We all want that. That's the number one thing I hear over and over. We want restaurants. We want to be able to shop in Deltona. If you look at the history of Deltona, when it got incorporated, the commission at that time says, we want to be rooftops, let Orange City have the business. Fact. Fact. So now what we're doing is they didn't realize maybe at that time, or didn't care or whatever, that you had such a disparity because you have Save Our Homes and all that other kind of stuff that I don't want to belabor. But because we're a predominantly residential community, we're dying for commercial to balance the tax base. Okay? So we all want commercial. We all want those restaurants. But we don't want to rezone property to get them. We shouldn't be rezoning that. There's a parcel that used to be rezoned. It was zoned commercial. It was zoned residential. In the 2000s, they begged for it. Let's rezone it to commercial. They did. Can't sell it. L-shaped, good for a public storage, that's it. Now they want to go back to residential multifamily, but we don't like multifamily. It's a different parcel than what we talked about tonight. So then we talk about commercial again, and we talk about what does commercial want, and why don't we get that restaurant? The restaurant wants traffic. The plaza wants traffic so people can go by there and go in and shop. What creates traffic? Other commercial and residential. people that live there are going to drive by there and go, oh, look, I'm hungry, I want to go eat somewhere. But we don't want traffic. Because when you get commercial, and you saw the thing about the trips today, and we don't want that because it's too much traffic. So then you talk about, commercial says, I need traffic in order to grow. So when you look at that, the demographics of commercial, it's how many trips go by there, what's your median income. Those are the things that they want. That's a reality of economic development now. Everybody puts a pin in a map where the circle goes around of how many people have a certain income and a certain amount of traffic around their thing. So when you sit up here and you take into consideration all of the things and all of the changes, because as Mr. Storch said, we don't agree all the time, but Glenn made a point today. Since the pandemic, times have changed. Shopping habits have changed. People's lifestyles have changed. It changes the demographic again in what's a commercial piece of property and what's a residential. So again, we're faced with, what do we do? What's the next change gonna be? Because you can't circle this around forever and expect your city to stay solvent and grow. And it's hard. It's hard. We all sit up here and I don't believe that there's not one person up here that doesn't want the best for their residents. I know all of you. You are all good people. We differ in what we believe and maybe what our vision is, but I don't ever believe that anybody sitting up here is doing something out of malice or because they want to be just contentious. They really believe it. And when you have a position like we do up here, whether we get reelected or not tomorrow, today, we've all tried to make the best decisions possible with the input and the knowledge that we have, and looking at the trends and the changing demographics and what we have to work with and the past that was handed to us. So I also want to say to the gentleman in the back with social media, we did put everything out on social media. We tried. That's another huge circle. We can't sometimes get it right. But we put sandbag information out there. We put a bunch of information on our Facebook and our Instagram. We put all that out there about debris hauling, and as much as we could, we did try to put all that out there. And I know that social media isn't the best reach for everybody. And sometimes we get that wrong too. It's a part of learning, it's a part of growing, it's a part of working together. And just in closing, this is our last business meeting. We get one more meeting on the 14th, but the last business meeting. Thank you all. Commissioner King, I have watched you grow into a statesman. I have watched you, you're the quiet man, and you present logic sometimes when we're all spinning off the chain. Commissioner McCool, your activism, your heart is with the people and an activism, and you are working into your role of balancing that, and it's hard. Commissioner Ramos, you have been a steady man for this whole time you've been on this dais, and I appreciate it. You're a logical man. You watch her go off the chain. You watch me get twitchy, and you sit there, and you're good, and you're logical, and you think, and you're an admirable, honorable man. Vice Mayor, I've known you for a long time. Your community involvement puts mine to shame. You've done it for years. You have your heart in this community with the kids, with the veterans, and everything else. You're a good person, and you served your city well. Commissioner Bradford, I am so impressed with you. You, my friend, have launched. Congratulations. That's all I got to say about that. You are shining. And Commissioner Sosa, it's been short, but I know that you're a good, caring man, and that you give your all with what you want to fight for. You give 150% for the causes you believe in, and you don't waver and you don't give up. And that is an admirable, great trait that you have, and I wish you all the luck as well in your future endeavors. And to everyone out there, thank you for staying. Thank you for listening. Whatever happens today, I, like the vice mayor, wish all the candidates good luck. And thank you for all of you that continue to support this city. We are adjourned.